First Saturday of the new year, and a big day of thoroughbred racing in Hot Springs, Arkansas, Oaklawn Park. So glad you could join us on the Fox Sports app and YouTube. This is America's Day at the Races. Trackside alongside Megan Burgess, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. 3 races down, 8 to go, including a trio of stakes races highlighted by the Smarty Jones for 3-year-olds. Megan, why so significant, this Smarty Jones stakes this afternoon?
21 Kentucky Derby qualifying points, those precious points, as we look towards not only the first Saturday of the year, but the first Saturday in May. And the winner, of course, getting 10 points on the road to the Kentucky Derby, and it's a pivotal point, getting those points. So they have that edge, the 2-turn edge as well. Lots to think about with horses stretching out in distance for the first time as well.
Now, keep in mind, just 2 years ago, Mystic Dan ran 5th in the Smarty Jones. 4 months later, he would become the 150th winner of the Kentucky Derby. Naturally, it is America's Best Racing's race of the week. Field drawn on Sunday. Newly turned 3-year-olds traveling a mile and a 16th, $250,000 purse. Megan touched on the points. 21 available, 10 to the winner. And Rancho Santa Fe, 5-2 morning line favorite. The one defection, Boca Beach Club, is out. Big picture from like a Derby perspective. Megan, how strong of an addition is this year's Smarty Jones?
I think it's pretty competitive given many of these horses have already gotten that route of ground for the first time in the way of Universe and the 5, the undefeated Rancho Santa Fe, who is one I would keep an eye on. Brad Cox knows what it takes to win the Smarty Jones, and he has parlayed that into Arkansas Derby winners and the likes of Angel of Empire, who went favored in the Kentucky Derby. So some certain repercussions in Louisville, and as far as Rancho Santa Fe is concerned, I like what I'm seeing from him.
Smarty Jones, race number 10. You'll see it live on Fox Sports 1. We mentioned the other 2 stakes races. We start with another for 3-year-olds. These are sprinters, however, in the Renaissance. Race 4 on the program. 6 strong with all eyes on Obliteration. Odds on with Joel Rosario, Megan, in the saddle.
He looked fantastic. Last out, he competed in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, so a certain drop down in class, but he looked fantastic, as mentioned, in the paddock, carrying that good flush well. He's actually been training at Steve's Fairgrounds string. I haven't been able to see him train in the mornings, but Steve has mentioned that this horse is versatile on both surfaces, but he says that he is a better dirt horse.
The excitement he created this summer at Saratoga, like a double-digit blowout winner of the Sanford. Things didn't work out in the Saratoga Special, and then the series of races, as you mentioned, on grass. What kind of upside and potential, what can we expect? What are you expecting from Obliteration as a 3-year-old?
I expect him to be a talented sprinter. He's short, he's compact. I don't believe he's going to want to go any kind of route of ground, so I think he's right where he belongs at this sprint distance, and he was 10-1 on debut at Churchill. I vividly remember betting him that day, as his works were incredibly impressive. He's an incredibly sharp, well put together colt as far as that's concerned, and I just loved everything I've seen from him. But as far as the one, Dirty Rich, he looked incredible in the paddock, and honestly, I preferred him of the 2.
Opening day Advent winner, Dirty Rich. Ramon Vasquez looking for a second winner on the afternoon. Obliteration, odds on post time for the Renaissance. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
2 back, swung coming up. And then to the outside post, Obliteration to round out the field. Still working with swung to go into the starting gate. Swung goes in. Here's Obliteration. We're ready to go in the Renaissance Stakes. And they're off. Obliteration bobbled a little bit coming out of the gate. He's recovered. He's stalking the pace, though. Dirty Rich from the inside, firing forward. Strong potential. Sent hard to keep pace with him. They lead a length from Can Heat, who runs in 3rd. Obliteration off the pace today in 4th with Swung, and a gap of 5 to How About That, Kurt, who's been out sprinted early. Down the backstretch, it's Dirty Rich, the Advent Stakes winner on opening day, leads the way. 3 parts of a length. Strong potential. They're on the outside, applying some pressure going into the far turn run. Can Heat is 3 wide. Obliteration, there he goes on the far outside. He's 4 wide, passing his stablemate Strong Potential, who passes the baton to Obliteration. Obliteration after Dirty Rich, who's hard sent to keep pace. Swung in the meantime is back and forth, losing position on the rail. How About That, Kurt, has been outrun. Top of the lane, Obliteration making a move to the lead. Dirty Rich trying to keep pace, but it's Obliteration who cruises up alongside. Obliteration down the lane, putting 2 on Dirty Rich, who could not repel the challenge of Obliteration, and now it's just a guessing game of how many lengths he is going to win by. He's 5, 6 ahead, maybe even 7. Obliteration annihilates him in the Renaissance Stakes, geared down, could not have won easier. Second home was swung. Dirty Rich fades to third, and then Canned Heat.
Annihilation indeed. That's the colt we were introduced to last June. Won his first 2 starts by 17 plus. Obliteration does just that in the Renaissance.
He's a tracking type horse. He enjoys those targets. So when he wasn't off to the best of starts, he was a bit wide there from that outside draw. There's no issues as far as that was concerned. Really being able to draw off beautifully and then just pass. Dirty Rich, like he was standing still.
Right by him.
Very impressive performance and a precipitous drop in class compared to the foes that he has kept on his form lines.
Didn't break very well either, Obliteration, getting out of the blocks with a little bit of a bobble.
I mean, it also just goes to show the class edge that he has on this field, and one that I am just so excited to see how he continues to progress throughout this year.
We say hello to our friends in New York, Mr. 300, Andy Serling, Aqueduct's all-time leading jockey, Richie Migliori. Guys, as the road to the Arkansas Derby begins here today, same can be said for the road to the Wood Memorial in New York.
I think as the day progresses, you're going to freeze Lafitte wearing that jacket, trying to be tough out there. He's Richie, I'm Andy, and we're glad to be here. And, got some racing coming up here, some interesting racing at Oaklawn. And I don't think we're going to see Obliteration on the turf anymore.
No, that was very impressive and a little bit of a departure from his previous, style, right? Coming from off the pace, but you could see midway to the turn, he was cruising.
Yeah, I just think there were really no options for him on the dirt. So they tried the turf. It's not like he disgraced himself, but dirt is where he belongs. The number 1, middle market, a long shot going out for Marcelo Arenas and Delilah Rivera.
Yeah, turning back in distance. We've seen Delilah Rivera hit the board and run well with some big prices the other day.
And Marcelo had a winner here just the other day at a big price that she rode. Just got up the wire. Uncle Jim and Manny Franco going out for Horacio de Paz.
A major player here. I think he'll be forward. I don't think there's a tremendous amount of speed here. I'd want to be forward.
The 3 Parastio, I think, should be favored over the other Linda Rice horse, but doesn't have much speed. Kendrick riding for Linda.
Yeah, I thought that was the only thing that maybe take pause, his lack of early speed on the turn back.
But we're seeing a much fairer track today. Sinister Smile and Flavian Pratt for Joe Sharp.
Does have races that would be competitive, not as so much so recently.
The likely speed, the 5 Social Hour with Sahin Savachi.
I like this horse because he has speed and he shows up every time. He's one of those horses you gravitate to, Andy.
I agree. The long shot, Hot Spun, number 6.
Yeah, one that lacks speed and just going to have to get a bit faster than we've seen so far.
I guess you could say the same for Math Tudor going out for Eric Cancelo as a winner today for Jen Antonucci.
Yeah, it just hasn't run a race that would be competitive here, would have to show up in a big way.
I thought the morning line maker was crazy making this horse favored. He is right and I am wrong. I don't get it with Parasox who can win, but 5-2, Richie?
Yeah, I'm along with you. Sure, he won't be surprised if he wins. I didn't see him as the favorite either, but maybe the outside post and his tactical positional speed is what's winning people over.
As he's going 6.5, and we've seen a much fairer track than yesterday. You're seeing people be aggressive, but so far I don't think we have any kind of bias today.
No, and yesterday I think it was clear that it was an advantage to be up on the pace.
103 buyer for Lucille Ball yesterday, and very, very big figure for her. So where are you going here? Oh, wait. Where are you going, Richie?
I'm going with the 5. I'm a big fan of Social Hour. He shows up every time, and I think he's the controlling speed.
I agree. I like the 5 and 3 here as well, but let's find out what Maggie's thinking.
This feels like a very competitive race and many directions one can go in. And we'll check in actually with both of the Linda Rice runners as we do see her number 8 on the outside, Pair of Socks, as your favorite. Yes, he has 2 white hind legs. So that is hinting at the pair of socks behind for this Louisiana bred. And, oftentimes with Linda claiming these horses in Kentucky because, they changed the rule and she has to stay and run them in Kentucky after the claim, it just feels like oftentimes, generally speaking, they come up here and actually run better than what they may have in that first start for her down there in the South. This one, however, I thought ran very well. Last time out, when he broke well from the inside, he was chasing the eventual winner, Turn Up the Trees, who just kind of blew them out of the water. He tried really hard, but he could never get by. And Turn Up the Trees was not the favorite, but he was a shorter price. And this horse just made an excellent impression in the paddock. I mean, he looks like the sprinter. He's got these really well-muscled hindquarters, incredibly well turned out, and just kind of touting himself. He just had that energy, that swagger that you love to see horses show you prior to running a race. However, her other horse in here, number 3, Porosity, I'm concerned about the distance. Now, he was against the track last time where we saw Nuanced on the lead, on the rail in Bermuda Blitz until the quarter pole was on the rail as well, a day you wanted to be inside back on November 29th. He broke a bit slow that day, and now he's turning back to the 6 furlongs, and physically at least, I don't see it. He's kind of a big, rangy horse that's incredibly laid back, too, so I'm not sure about it. Now, forgive me for going a little bit crazy here, but I could not get over how well the one looked. Middle market. I can't make a case for him on paper other than that he's been in some good races and facing some in-form horses. He just looks so good. And as you guys were talking about, Andy, this combination of Lila Rivera and Marcelo Arenas and Marcelo's horses have been looking the part too. They've been bringing in some long shots, maybe not to win, but definitely to fill out some exotics.
Maggie's setting a very ugly precedent by being ashamed of acting a little bit crazy. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, even though I don't think this horse has a big chance, but he's a big price.
No, but, you know, she did say this horse looks great physically. Just that you want to match both, that they have a chance on paper and they look good physically.
The best idea is to throw those long shots in 3rd and 4th in races like tries or supers, and they can certainly make it work. Chris Griffin has the call. We're at the post for the 6th.
Pair of socks. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from middle market down towards the inside. Now, assuming command is going to be Social Hour with company from Math Tutor. Out wider is going to be Pair of Socks. So the leader, Social Hour, Sahin Savachi, Social Hour. They're up by a half length. Ready to challenge this Math Tutor. Cuts into the margin, is right there in second. Outside of them comes Pair of Socks. Moving through at the rail, Uncle Jim is taken 4th, and behind horses there, Red Cap. That's Porosity. In the 6th spot is going to be Sinister Smile. Hot Spun, and the trailer, middle market. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Head held high, Social Hour into the turn, is up by a half length. Math Tutor has been right there the entire journey, and Pair of Socks is on the move 3 wide. Uncle Jim is all in down towards the inside. Porosity is going to be wide. Starts to cut into this leader's margin as it's still Social Hour and Math Tutor head and head as they approach a quarter mile left to go through a 46.54 half mile time. Social Hour is trying to repel all challengers. Now Pair of Socks has got the momentum, center of the racetrack. Social Hour battles on. Pair of Socks is in front. Porosity is trying to catch that new leader. Pair of Socks, Porosity catching with every stride. A 16th left to go. Can Pair of Socks hold on? Porosity is trying to final lunge and gets up. Porosity will win it. Over Pair of Socks then came Sinister Smile and Social Hour in 1 minute 17 seconds flat.
I'm amazed that this horse was a bigger price than the under Linda Rice runner, but Richie, I guess they didn't think the distance would work. It did. Porosity got it done.
Now, Porosity on the turnpike actually just intensified his closing kick, and he finished well to run down Pair of Socks. He made that winning move off the quarter pole. We have a distinctly different racetrack than yesterday, and this was a case where the horse making the last run, and he got it done.
Right, and the 5, the horse that you and I liked in there, he had every chance to win it. It was not a fast pace. It was a very moderate pace, relatively speaking. He just simply wasn't good enough. So, yeah, a track yesterday might have really helped his chances. Did not help him at all today. A much fairer track, and Linda Rice runs 1-2, and in my opinion, the one who should have been favored is the one who won, not the one who finished second, who somehow was favored. For me, with distance, and listen, people look at things differently. I don't worry about less distance. I worry about more distance.
Yeah, because a horse, stamina-wise, might not be able to get longer distances, but the worst thing that can happen with a horse that has abilities, they run out of ground. But this horse obviously just intensified his close.
Yeah, I totally agree, and he got it done off and against the track trip. Linda Rice running 1-2. Porosity and Kendrick Carmouche get the job done in race 6. Much more to come on America's Day at the Races. Welcome to America's Day at the Races, coming to you live from Aqueduct Racetrack in Ozone Park, Queens. Richard Migliore and Andy Serling, Maggie Wolfendale down in the paddock. She's braving the cold. The two tough guys are sitting up here in a much warmer Third Floor studio. Lafitte and Megan are down at Oaklawn. We'll be joining them as well. We just missed race number 6 here, where we saw a nice run down the stretch by Porosity to catch the other Linda Rice runner, Pair of Socks. Porosity getting it done on a racetrack today, Richie, that's playing a lot more fairly than yesterday's track.
Yeah, what a difference 24 hours makes, right? But he came out for the drive and just finished strong. When he was in that close proximity turning for home, Andy, coming off of longer races, you knew that he was going to have finish, and he didn't, have too much to do. Good effort by the runner-up, but he was just run down by Porosity, who turned back very effectively.
Yeah, I think they both actually ran winning races near, but Porosity was a bit against the track in his last start. Got the right trip today and got it done. Kendra Carmouche, his second winner today. Linda Rice gets another win here, and she's going after her record-breaking season in 2025. And I think that's one of the things as trainers, when you have a really good year, and then you get the new year and you say, how can I do it again?
It's hard. I mean, that's a tough act to follow, but just being leading trainer is a tough act to follow, let alone a record-breaking leading trainer.
Well, because no matter what it is, it's always we live in a what have you done for me lately world.
Doubt.
And what happened in the past, man, it's always what's in front of you. The Busanda giving out points for the Kentucky Oaks a little bit later today. A big scratch was Schilling coming out. I don't know about this. I'm not sure what the odds. This race is coming up. A little surprised to see Dazzling Dame 5-1, the horse who actually was after the scratch the morning line favorite. I thought she was the horse to beat.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, certainly she's already a stakes winner. She's already got the foundation. She's gone the distances. I was a little bit interested in 2 Bits. I know she has to improve, but I liked her last effort. She did try a stake at Delaware previous to that. I just thought she was a filly that looks like she could take a step forward. She needs to.
She'll need to, because she finished 6 lengths behind Dazzling Dame in that stake at Delaware. See what happens in the Busanda, but we also ran a stake earlier today that had points for the Kentucky Derby as well, and that was the Jerome. The Jerome has a storied history. Kentucky Derby winner Fusiaichi Pegasus won this race as a Grade 1 in 2000 coming back. I thought we saw an excellent performance by both the first 2, and you and I were talking about My World, who runs down Balboa. He seems to be a horse for the Brad Cox barn that is improving with every start.
Yeah, I mean, he's still a little bit green, Andy. He loses, a little bit of focus at times. He wants to lay on horses a little bit, but he got a little bit outpaced by Balboa coming off of the far turn. Got to his right lead, asserted himself, and kept on coming in a nice pickup mount. Jamie Rodriguez riding this horse now back-to-back. Good to be in a position to ride for Brad Cox.
And, you look at the race, I mean, he basically won ridden out. I don't even think you're really seeing Jamie particularly go to the stick on this horse, just trying to keep his mind focused. And you look at his progression, right? He's getting faster, he's stretching out, he's an elusive quality, or Central Quality, excuse me, was the favorite in the 2021 Kentucky Derby. And I gotta say, Richie, I look at who's out there right now, and, forget about Ted Noffey for a moment. And,
sure.
Whether or not he's able to come back and whether he can stretch the distances, I don't think there's anybody out there to be massively afraid of right now. I'm not saying these horses are going to be Derby horses, but I can understand why you might want to dream a little bit.
Well, this horse is still a work in progress. I like what I've seen from him. There's no reason why he can't continue to improve.
And, you talk about the Remsen, right, that Paladin won, and I think Paladin and Renegade are both horses that people consider potential Derby-type horses. Well, the horse Balboa finished second here, was only beaten 3.5 lengths by them. And My World was able to beat him fairly comfortably by a couple lengths today in a race that I think in relative terms is going to come up reasonably quickly. More important than that, Richie, I like the fact that My World's figures keep getting quicker. And I think he's really improving for Brad Cox.
Well, I do too. And that's what people got to remember about these young horses. They're developing and changing at different times. Some kids mature faster in school. The kid that's shaving going into high school is ahead of the curve, right? Horses are no different. This horse could just be a horse that's getting good at the right time. What you see right now, you may see a different horse 4 months from now.
And I think the essential qualities, I know he didn't come out like gangbusters. Well, anybody that expected Essential Qualities foals to be winning at 5, 5.5, and 6 furlongs was kidding themselves. And I don't even think if you bought those horses, you necessarily want that. I think you want horses that are works in progress that are going to get better with time and distance.
Well, absolutely. And particularly, you think about Essential Qualities pedigree. It was all stamina influence. So he's going to continue to throw that stamina influence. You're not going to get that precocity where a horse that goes 5 furlongs. Where are the big money races at? Where are the prestigious, the classics? They're longer distances.
Where's the big money for stallions as well? There are some good sprints as well, but people are pointing for these big Triple Crown races. Chad Brown and Manny Franco have been an extremely potent team over the last couple of years, and I think Chad's confidence in Manny has had a lot to do with the fact that Manny has gotten the confidence and been such a top jockey for the last couple of years.
$1,600,000, thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Archangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
And a Dare Manor will take the Clementelle Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away. When you want to reward yourself. When you deserve to indulge. When you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing starts December 12th. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs. And come join the fun.
Welcome to our viewers on FS2. Just finished watching Providence defeat St. John 77-71. This is America's Day at the races, and that is Hot Springs, Arkansas. Such a cool town. Tradition, history, characters from Babe Ruth to Al Capone, and a tremendous supporting fan base of racing fans here at Oaklawn Park. Trackside, alongside Megan Burgess, I'm Lafitte Pinkai, gearing up for the 5th race on the program. A big day of thoroughbred racing. The feature is the Smarty Jones. Megan, a key prep, the first step towards the Arkansas Derby here, and perhaps, just maybe, the Kentucky Derby the first Saturday in May.
Potentially. As earlier on in the program, we mentioned a runner in the Smarty Jones, an Angel of Empire, went on to win the Arkansas Derby, was favored in the run for the Roses, and Brad Cox has another pretty solid runner in Rancho Santa Fe we'll see later on. But Derby repercussions and a race where it's going to be really interesting to see how these horses continue to carry that form now that we are just about 5 months out from the biggest race in the world.
The Kentucky Derby, and for the horses you can see right behind us, these are the races. These are the types of events in which eventual Rebel Stakes starters, maybe Arkansas Derbies, emerge from. This is a 3-year-old event, maiden special weight, without restriction, and some expensive prospects, some promising, newly turned 3-year-olds, and we'll meet the field. Starting with one of those expensive colts, Predator's Ball, $800,000 colt owned by Alex and Joan Leblong.
Very expensive. Half to precocious 2-year-old Grade 1 winner in Klimt.
5-1. Left a lot to be desired in his debut. Star jockey Luis Saez in the saddle. Number 2, Bienville. Harold Venture's first-time starter.
Another with a great pedigree there for the Asmussen barn. The dam was Grade 2 Honorable Miss winner. Minute to Stardom. He was a very talented sprinter.
Just JoJo debuted at Delaware. Took money.
Did take money, and on that October the 9th debut, shows some speed, looks to do so again.
Torched Tom Durant's debuting colt.
Now this, I mentioned yesterday that there was a Tom Durant partner with Decode. This was the partner for that impressive Decode.
Tis Authority, most experienced, 4-race maiden, followed by the 7, an outsider, Midnight Menace, 39-1 if you like him.
Big price there for this first-time starter and the number 7.
Reclamation, who chased Decode, the colt who was historically fast earlier in the meet here at Oaklawn.
Has some pedigree, second dam grade 3 winner, and Richie Migliori won actually routing on turf there.
Mike's trump card, Indiana bred, first-time starter, there's Biloba.
Biloba cross-entered in a strong Friday maiden, but now in here as the lone first-time starter there.
Your top selection, Mr. Fancy Pants.
My top selection, yes, and one that has been progressing and I find could be the beneficiary of some Lasix.
Violence in Red, acting up, Mike McCarty's expensive debuting colt.
And a colt that seemed distracted in the morning as well. Needs to put things together mentally and potentially get a start in him doing so.
3-year-old, 6-furlong sprint maiden special weight. $100,000 purse, wide open. You have a 4-1 favorite on the outside, Violence in Red, covering the bookends, circling back to the $800,000 Colt Predators Ball. What'd you make of his debut, and how much improvement can we expect today?
He was incredibly flashy. He looks the picture of the $800,000 that the Leblancs had paid for him. And when I caught up with the Leblancs when this horse debuted and Randy Morris, they said this horse would probably benefit from a start. And physically, I thought he would as well. And he's just a really big, stout, compact son of Charlatan. And I don't really see a whole lot of progression in his fitness, and that's a bit concerning for me. Last time out, he was mid-range. He broke out into that empty space as he broke wide, as horses tend to do, and then he showed a little bit of speed. I believe he'll be better for the run, but I am interested to see him getting that Lasix for the very first time. Could be key for him. I think he has ability. He's quick. We'll see if he can put things together from that inside post.
And this happens often with young developing prospects. In his debut, he had an extreme outside post position, the 11 of 11, and he broke outward. As you'll hear Richie Migliori discussed often, horses floating towards empty space. Today he has the rail with a full field to his outside. Like, how much of a concern is that?
Completely changes things in the dynamics. And while he is able to save that ground and potentially sit up more pocket trip, he still has to get out of traffic. He still has to negotiate a trip late. We'll see if he can manage to do that under none other than Luis Saez. So the perfect pilot to potentially get him more forwardly placed and involved in this group.
Number 11, Mr. Fancy Pants, your top pick, 6-1 here. If nothing else, does not have to deal with the likes of Decode in his second career start.
Right, and showed some early speed last time out before falling back and then was just in chase mode. But just watching him run, I find he's going to be better now that he gets the Lasix here. And when catching up with an analyst and part-time exercise rider and Andy Biancone, who's actually been able to be on this horse in the mornings, they've really liked the way this horse has been training. He has some ability. If he can put it together, he's one that is sharp and he's got a good mind on him. So that's something that I really like to see. He doesn't have the flashiest pedigree. The dam sequent won on all 3 surfaces, and he is the first foal to race, and the sire honor AP is pretty average, but I thought he looked fantastic physically. He's fit. He got that race in him back, of course, as mentioned, on December the 14th, and I think he's even better for it in the spot.
Exiting the same heat as Mr. Fancy Pants, number 8, Reclamation. 4th, chasing Decode. Christian Torres, leading rider in the saddle. Torres looking for a second one in the afternoon.
Another, yet again, to come out of the Decode race and showed some good early speed, was right there with Decode throughout, deservedly getting tired on debut. So I really think this horse has the propensity to take a step forward, and I thought he was very much benefited from that debut start for Chris Davis.
This is where it all starts. These promising, developing 3-year-olds, highly regarded, expensive, who will emerge victorious, who will graduate with one final check of the tote board reading 5-2, Violence in Red, number 12. Joel Rosario, star jockey, looking to go back-to-back on the Smarty Jones program at Oaklawn. Matt Ditterman with the call, 5th race, Oaklawn, live on FS2.
Waiting for Biloba to take his spot. Torch goes in by Loba, post position 10. Mr. Fancy Pants, 'tis Authority the next 2. And to the outside post, Violence in Red to round out the field. Here's Violence in Red going in. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful break for all the maidens. Reclamation going to the lead here is cleared off from Mr. Fancy Pants, runs in second. Predator's Ball moving forward to take the second position. Reclamation with the lead. Predator's Ball can't get through down at the rail. Is going to take back. Violence in red claims the second position. Mr. Fancy Pants between horses. Predator's Ball had to steady just ever so briefly. He's back and forth now, 4 off the pace. Length back to Tis Authority as they go into the far turn. By Loba is sent along from the 6th position, 4 deep. Gap of 4 to Torch. Then comes Just JoJo as they round that turn, is plummeting back. Gap of 5 to Bienville and Midnight Menace as they round the far turn. Reclamation is the leader here. Reclamation a half length. Violence in red second. Mr. Fancy Pants is third. By Loba trying to get into the race with Tis Authority caught deep and the swing off the turn. Reclamation keeps going. Reclamation has opened up a 4-length lead approaching the furlong pole. The rest appear to be battling for the minor positions at this point. Reclamation hitting the 16th marker. He's got a 6-length lead, and Reclamation is going to do it. Reclamation by 4 coming to the finish. A good battle for second here by Loba's involved, and also Bienville. They hit it together, battling for the second spot. Then Just JoJo and Mr. Fancy Pants.
No decode, no problem for Reclamation. Handles his opposition, widening in the stretch. Impressive in his maiden win in the 5th race at Oaklawn.
Very impressive. He showed speed last time out, battling with a talented horse in Decode, who will hopefully see Southwest weekend. Flattering that form, flattering that race, and that big figure that winner earned, but it was all cruise control on the front end here. And just something that I've noted through, looks like, 5 races so far, the speed has been doing well. We saw Obliteration come from off of it, but overall, in general, speed in Oaklawn Park, 2 peas in a pod.
Inquiry sign has been posted. We'll keep you posted. But first, right back to Aqueduct. 3-year-old fillies have arrived in the paddock, Maggie, for the Busanda and a key prep offering points towards the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, a lot of 3-year-old fillies in here, Lafitte, looking to kick-start their journey to the Kentucky Oaks here in this Busanda, as we'll check in with your favorite, who will make her NYRA debut, and that is number 5, Dazzling Dame for Brittany Russell, looking to rebound after the defeat of Balboa earlier on in the Jerome. As Dazzling Dame, she defeated a heavy favorite, Jumping the Gun, last time out back in October, and she did it the right way. You know, she sat nicely against the bridle in the 2-path, just off the pace. She was the one who made the first move. That favorite came to her and challenged her, and she shook her off. So I thought it was a very good-looking score. Now, that was around 2 turns. She'll cut back to this 1-turn mile. Not cutting back per se, but a different configuration. But I think she's tactical enough, and I don't foresee that being a problem whatsoever. She's quite a big girl, too. Very long, tall, lanky frame to her, and very nicely settled in the paddock. Does certainly have an air of class about her overall, as I like what I'm seeing from her. She looks fit and ready to go. Now, on her outside is Believable, who I'm not ready to give up on yet. I thought she showed some tenacity in getting the job done first time out over Concurrently, who would come back and win. Then she tried the Tempted against Schilling, who was able to dominate through by being on the lead that day. And then last time, I thought she was a little bit against just kind of the racetrack / the flow of the track. She was just out wide in no man's land, chasing throughout that Demoiselle. Now she's going to turn back to this 1-turn mile, and I, again, like what I'm seeing from her. I'm willing to give her another shot here in what is a short field. She makes an excellent impression. I mean, her and your favorite are definitely the 2 most impressive and imposing fillies here in the paddock. As Andy, we have riders up for our co-feature.
Thanks, Maggie. And 5-horse field, and 2 2-to-1s, and 2 5-to-2. That's a competitive race, and the horse that you're interested in, 2 Bits, a little bit of an underlay at 5-to-2, Richie.
Well, I liked her a lot more when she was 6-to-1 a few moments ago, and now she's been getting bet down. I just thought 2 Bits has shown incremental improvement in every one of her dirt starts. The only regression was when she tried turf. She has a pedigree that, deep Phipps pedigree. Her Grand Dam is finder's fee. It kind of tells me that she'll probably get better with racing, and I thought her last effort was good.
She's got a good trainer in Amelia Green. Maybe she can move forward. This is the time for them to move forward. The biggest price on the board is the speedy Midnight Ginny, Sahin Savachi with the mount.
She is quick. The Dam did win going up to a mile, was a stakes winner going a mile, but she's thrown predominantly sprinters, including Ace It, who won here on December 5th.
Can Britain improve for Chad Brown and Manny Franco?
Yeah, well, the mare also was a stakes winner up to a mile and certainly could improve. You know, Chad Brown's horses tend to improve.
There's your 4-2 bits. Jamie Rodriguez riding for Amelia Green.
I liked her last race, and Jamie Rodriguez is riding well, and I love her pedigree.
I picked the favorite, to Dazzling Dame, going out for Brittany Russell, and Javier Toledo.
Well, she defeated the horse I like, 2 bits 6 lengths at Delaware Park, but maybe with a little more experience at that time.
I like the 2-turn experience, and round out the field with Believable Flavian Pratt riding for Todd Pletcher.
Well, quite a pedigree here for Believable, a full to tenfold, $1.2 million earner, as well as a half to Sarafia, who's a stakes place runner. So the mare's a producer. She's going to have to get faster, but she certainly has a pedigree that would make you think she'll get better with racing.
Dazzling Dame's last win, you look at this race from Delaware. The second horse came back and improved 3 Beyer points, finishing second, the Demoiselle. The third horse came back and improved 14 Beyer points. You can see the fourth horse that you like, 2 bits, improved 2 Beyer points. So it really, I thought, legitimized this race. And the one thing I like about this horse, Richie, and for what it's worth, I like the fact she has that 2-turn experience both last time and 3 back, going the 1-turn mile today. Feels like a bit of a stamina builder for her.
Oh, absolutely. And listen, she's had a steady diet now, 3 1-mile races in a row. So, it's all about laying foundation with these younger horses. When they're doing something for the first time, it's their most difficult time to do it usually. And now the fact that she's making her 4th start in a row at the exact same distance, there's continuity. And there's certainly foundation.
You were bringing up an interesting point to me off camera about Brittany Russell, the trainer. Obviously has an enormous amount of success out of town, but she wins races here as well. Her husband, Sheldon Russell, a rider, he'll ride sometimes for her, but not all the time. And you wonder if there's ever what the stories are in those situations.
Well, I was trying to put myself in that situation.
I'm sure it would go really well.
My wife's training horses, and I don't ride everything, or she takes me off a horse. I don't know that dinner conversation would be as civil as it should be.
I got to tell you, I'm not the one who would want to disagree with your wife. She's the tougher one of the two of you. Richie's wife, Carmela, of course, worked for many years in the backstretch and galloped horses and was an assistant trainer for, I want to say, Bobby Reinecker?
Bobby Reinecker, Green Tree, as well as Steve DeMauro when I came around, who I was under contract to. But I actually rode a winner for Carmela here, owned by Green Tree, Jimmy Simonson, by a nose. One of my finer rides.
Is that right?
Yeah.
She was listed as the trainer?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was Bobby doing was there a suspension?
No,
or?
Bobby went to Aiken for the winter, and they decided to leave a couple here with Carmela. And
Really?
It was when I was coming back from my bad injury in '88, and I had won for Loretta Lustig, who is John Kimmel's assistant, one of my wife's dear friends, the week before. So there was pressure to get it done.
We got to get the video
Carmela.
of that with the winner's
Wait till you
circle
see
and
this
Mella.
ride. You'll agree.
Let's get more from Maggie.
And I know what Sheldon Russell is up to. He's actually playing, I believe, chauffeur for Brittany as he was here in the paddock with no racing at Laurel. I've known Sheldon for many years. He's not a machismo guy. He gladly takes the back seat and lets Brittany shine. As we'll take a look here at the 5-2 shots, including number 4, 2 bits. I, too, like Richie, really liked her maiden score last time out. Now, I thought she was with the racetrack. She was kind of inside on a day you wanted to be inside, and she was a little headstrong after the break, which is something I noticed too when she took on Stakes Company and finishing behind Dazzling Dame. She kind of doesn't break that well, and then she gets that kickback and she kind of runs with her head up in the air for about 1/8 of a mile. Looking at her here against this field, however, she doesn't quite match up to the top 2, to the outside 2 runners, at least physically. Maybe she has a horse that is getting better here with racing. I did think that each time she appeared in those maiden ranks, she improved. She got more athletic and fitter. We'll see how she takes on winners today as number 2, Britain. Kind of the same feeling with her. We did see the second place finisher come back and win and improve her Beyer speed figure in Interstate Love Song. She's a very athletic type. I'm not sure how far she ultimately wants to go if she steps out a furlong here. This might be her limit, this kind of 1-turn mile. She is a bit of a smaller type overall, is incredibly fit, is very classy. We'll see how she does stepping up as well. Andy?
Thanks a lot, Mac. Heading into the gate for the Busanda. We'll see if they get points, who gets the points for the Kentucky Oaks, and we'll see if we have any legit Kentucky Oaks horses, because I gotta tell you right now, you think the Derby's out wide open? That Kentucky Oaks right now is wide open. Chris Griffin has the call of the Busanda.
And believable. Flavien Prat. Last to load. All set for the Busanda. And they're off. Bit of an awkward step there for believable on the far outside. Down towards the inside, Midnight Ginny is flashing early speed, and also Dazzling Dame is right there. Believable is now forwardly placed. It's going to be stalking from second as they get set to come out of the chute and hook up the back stretch. Dazzling Dame is running on, free running here, up by a neck. Believable is not far behind, is right there, a close-up second. Then they're lined up in behind the top duo. They're at 23.55 opening quarter mile. Midnight Ginny is holding that rail position. Britain is in between horses, is close up fourth. And the trailer in a tightly packed field in the Busanda is 2 bits. They work up the backstretch, and it's still Dazzling Dame in front. Dazzling Dame and Heavy on Toledo. They're up by a neck. Believable. Just watching her as they move into the far turn. Dropping back quickly there was Midnight Ginny, has dropped out of it. 47.20 for a half-mile time. Dazzling Dame lets it out a notch, and she's up by a full length once again. Believable is trying to keep up in second, and All In is 2 bits to the outside from third. Britain's got to get going as Dazzling Dame is traveling strongly, approaching a quarter mile left to go. Dazzling Dame, 2 bits. All In there is taken second, but now Dazzling Dame gets the cue and she responds. Dazzling Dame is approaching a final furlong here in the Busanda, is now up by 8 widening lengths. Dazzling Dame powering away. A 16th left to go, a front-running score, and this will be a dominant victory. Dazzling Dame wins the Busanda. 2 bits will finish second, then comes Believable. Midnight Ginny finished fourth at 1 minute 38.30 seconds.
I got to tell you something. I don't know that we saw the Kentucky Oaks winner, but we saw a horse that put her name at least in the hat for it. That was a very impressive performance by Dazzling Dame. I believe that final time was faster than the Jerome earlier. This filly Dazzling Dame, I mean, she looked like she was a comfortable winner every step of the way.
She was absolutely cruising coming off the turn. What was the final time, Andy?
38.3.
She actually ran nearly a full second faster.
What was the final?
No, 1:38.4. I'm sorry. So
about half a second faster.
Half a second faster.
That's impressive. She was very, very impressive. I mean, she just blitzed this field. Your 4 was the only horse, 2 bits, who was making a little bit of run on the turn, but this filly just controlled.
Well, it was just a matter of Javier Toledo asked her to run. She just drew away at will, and a nice effort from both of them. Kind of that race at Delaware Park, she was beating 6 lengths, 2 bits to Dazzling Dame. Well, she's beating about 8 or 10 lengths today.
And a little girl power in the Busanda as female trainers finishing 1-2 here. And Brittany Russell's got a very nice runner in her hands. And I'll tell you something, you look at the Breeders' Cup, and I was saying to you, I thought, is it Zany? Is that the name of the winner?
Yeah.
Who won the Demoiselle? I thought that Zany was the most impressive 2-year-old filly that I saw last year, especially going longer. I'm going to put this horse's name in the hat right now. And I know you could say a little East Coast bias, but we'll see what happens in other jurisdictions. I'm looking at them as well. This filly's good.
This filly's been good. I think today was a big step forward.
And it's not a racetrack like yesterday. You know, if it had been yesterday, you'd have said, well, the track may be a little biased, maybe an exaggerated performance. We are not seeing the racetrack playing like that at all. In fact, if anything, speed has not been that great on today's card. This is a very nice performance.
Really nice performance. I love that they came back, the winner and the runner-up together. They're 2-year-olds. They're always more comfortable in company, and the two guys came back together. It was kind of a nice look.
Yeah, very nice performance in the Busanda. We're a long way from the first Friday in May. It doesn't have to be. It could be April 30th, right?
Yes.
So the day before the Kentucky Derby, but Dazzling Dame, you might see her in that race. America's Day at the Races continues. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne standing Mindframe his first year, and looking forward to seeing how his foals do. Maggie is downstairs with the winning trainer, Brittany Russell.
Always a pleasure to catch up here with Brittany as Dazzling Dame. I think you guys named her right. She was that today.
Yeah, she sure was. I actually think when we bought this filly, she was named, so it was a good rename, because usually that doesn't work out.
Changing their name, I've always found is unlucky. But I think with that little gap off the win of the Delaware Stakes, it looks as though she's improved.
Yeah, look, she's a big filly, and she's grown, a lot since we've gotten her, and it seems like in between every run. So I think that space between was really good.
Now, settling for a defeat earlier on in the Jerome with Balboa. Talk a little bit about him. Where can we expect him next? Is there a turn back in distance, or are you going to still try to go down the road of the Kentucky Derby?
Look, we ran him back in a month. I think the last effort, he put a lot more out than maybe we thought. I'm not disappointed with him today at all. I think he ran big. Look, we have a lot of options in front of us, but I think we'll try and, space his races a little bit and give him some more time this go around.
Dazzling Dame, you're going to keep her on the New York line to the Kentucky Oaks?
Very possible. I mean, it's easy from where we are, and I'll talk to Rocky, and we'll enjoy today, and hopefully she trains on, and we can look at the next one.
As you should. Wonderful job with her. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, Dazzling Dame picking up some points on her way to Kentucky. Fingers crossed, Andy.
Long way to go, Maggie, but there's no reason you can't dream now. This is the time of dreams, and Dazzling Dame, very impressive. 6:24 feels like the overlay of the day, the way she won, Richie.
Ran faster than the boys in the Jerome, had her legs up underneath her coming through the wire, and just dominated here in the Busanda. 2 bits, nice try, second best.
Very, very interesting race coming up here in race number 8, an allowance race, a full field of 9 going postward. You look at the board, Butta is the early favorite, but I'm looking at the co-favorite. Bermuda Blitz appears to be a fairly strong favorite looking at multi-race bets. That horse coming off a win last time out, but this is a very competitive field in race number 8.
Very competitive. I'm surprised Butta has jumped off, taking that much money, but I also did give him a bit of a puncher's chance here because I thought he could possibly be controlling speed?
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. It's a little hard. I think the 3 has some speed. The Tory going out for Joe Sharp. I think Commodore has some speed. And, things are going so well, and then suddenly I just found out we're going to ruin things. Apparently, as we go to break, Tom Amos has a horse in the Smarty Jones. We have to root for Tom a little bit later, the home team. A lot more to come. The Smarty Jones coming up later. And there's Tom ringing the bell at Oaklawn.
Santa Anita Derby goes to Taba. It's Taba, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Took the lead. 8 to main 2. Get it at you're out. 250. 8 to down to get down 250. Down to get down to get down 50. Guess not. Here to get down to get down to get down 50. Hit it and once. Here to get down to get down to get down. They know down. Put it up here. When it gets twice. Here to get down to get a third and final call. 2 main 250 and a half. Roger, you win today. 2 main 2. Thank you.
9.5. Thank you. Good night. In the back. $1,900,000. Thank you. $1,700,000. Jody, thank you. Please hold your applause.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is sport for you.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on FS2 Bird's Eye View. On this overcast Saturday at Oaklawn Park, we'll be in front on the home stretch come 5:25 Eastern, post time for the Smarty Jones Stakes. That's race number 10 on the program. Time now for the 6 and the Class 6, or the Pick 6, here at Oaklawn Park. Let's meet the field. Starter allowance, a mile. Right on. Number 1, Sharp Colt. He's rattled off 2 straight.
He has. Exits to win there on November the 6th, but this is kind of a step up in class off those claiming tries.
Dynamist number 2 with apprentice Ronnie Huckabee.
Very short-bodied. I wonder if this is the distance this horse wants.
18-1 outside of that. Number 3, Stroke the Fire. Struggled at the level opening day.
Comes right back to the level, but his maiden win could easily win here at a big price.
Attersea, 3 sprints, runs farther today.
Runs farther, but I do find has the physical that could appreciate this added ground.
Long shots side by side. The number 5, Scottish Storm, a lone victory at this mile distance.
Came off the freshening last out with some sort of run, was kind of bothered at the start, so looking for a smoother trip for Greg Compton in the number 5.
Number 6, First Bid, tough sledding a late.
Yeah, and just does not have the running style to me that suits this kind of track and this kind of group.
Number 7, Expect the Best, claim from Jose D'Angelo by Ron Moquette.
A wide open group, and this horse has been contending for favoritism, is sharp, and I like the speed this horse showed last time out.
Anthonian, happy to see the calendar turn, 0 for 8 last year.
Trying to get a win, and one that's not exactly trustworthy, but I'm hoping Jaime Torres can have this horse a bit more forward.
Copper Echo, daylight winner at Remington in December.
Ran protected last time out, now second off the time away, looking to improve, but this is a huge class test.
Master Mule, 11th start, Oaklawn debut.
Appreciated how just consummate professional this horse was, but not taking very much money off that morning line.
Major Dax, look out for him in the stretch at a price.
And he's just another plotter. I don't trust any closers in this race. Not a lot of speed in this group.
A global quote picture does his best running late.
Formerly with the Brad Cox barn, then kind of went through the claiming rings. Got an impressive win last time out, but he comes from off of it. I have a problem with that, especially today.
Another big field, all day long, all meet long. Start of the Class 6, race 6, Oaklawn Park is next. Megan, I asked you about this race, who you liked. You told me A, it gave you a migraine, and B, it was impossible.
It's a tough start to your classic sequence here in race number 6, one that I looked over quite a bit. But the track to me today, I'm wanting horses that aren't going to be too far off of it. The speed has been really consistently doing well, and as it does here at Oaklawn, especially here at this configuration, at this mile. It's a short run to that first turn, a shorter stretch, and there are so many horses that you could make a case for. I don't think that you want to accept an overly obvious short price, and while I'm going with a horse that hasn't won in a while, it seems like that type of race where there's differences in class and just a huge puzzle. I also wanted horses to be forwardly placed in here.
That gelding right there, the one you came up with, Anthonian?
I just find he's going to be one that shows some of that early speed. He always runs a very consistent kind of race. He's a bridesmaid. Last time out, he was kind of up on that quick pace and tired there at the wire at Keeneland, but he's been working incredibly well here at Oaklawn Park, and I do understand that he's 0 for 2 here, but managed to do that in tougher allowance groups last meet, and now I find this is the kind of group, the kind of level where this horse made some sense, hoping to see him sharp and forwardly placed.
Talking about your top selection, Anthonian, we're looking at Expect the Best, who is the tepid favorite, as we revisit his latest appearance. This was late November. Churchill Downs in the mud. Expect the Best, Megan. Wrong lead in the stretch, right result in the end.
Yeah, right result in the end for Expect the Best, and one whose muddy form to me last time out, where he was up on a quick pace, that effort could very well get the better of this group, and he's got that forwardly placed speed. He's got Luis Saez, who gets his horses out of the gate, gets them into the game. So I appreciated this win. Quicker fractions that he was able to get the better of there in the end at that mile distance. and he looked great. He was athletic, he was fit, he's been in that consistent form with others, kind of that fitness questions remain. So I loved what I saw from him. I'm just wondering what his trip's going to look like, but I was between him and the 8 just as far as the speed perspective, as far as them as individuals and their recent form, and he's one that's been pretty consistent.
So are the handicappers. One is 3-1, the Tepid Choice, the other 4-1. Addersea, a much bigger price, 21-1. So what does his pedigree tell us as he's trying something new today? The 3 sprints coming into this one now, a 2-turn mile.
2-turn mile, and he's a lightly raced 4-year-old. He was actually claimed for 52 back, and this horse has gait problems. And in this group where I want horses to be more forwardly placed and involved, he's a bit untrustworthy, and overall he just has to get faster to meet this group where they're at. But when he was claimed last time out, it just wasn't a very good group. He hopped at the start, he was off slow and kind of swerved. He's just green, and he's a colt that's still trying to figure things out, but one that did have an impressive debut at Hawthorne. I just wonder how good he is in general, and he's got those obvious quirks.
Circle back to Right On, who I keep wanting to call like all right. Has the benefit of the inside post. His latest, early November, Churchill Downs, in a $30,000 claimer, Megan. Right on, gradually starts to pull away.
Right, he won by 2 that day and claimed off of our colleague and Tom Amos, but I mean, he sat a perfect trip off the leader in a glacial pace. They went 50-1 at the half and then took the lead passing the quarter pole. He drifted out just a bit but corrected and drew clear to win. No next out winners from 3 to race. It was a short field. I just didn't find this to be a race that I wanted to key in on, especially on the uptick in class.
But the benefit of that inside post for Right On, have you found yourself handicapping these races differently, perhaps more emphasis on trip handicapping the mile, being that they do finish up at that short wire?
Trip and just gauging how good these horses in general, going off of those speed figures, but also this was, to me, a complete physical and trip handicapping puzzle. I want horses to be forwardly placed, I want them to be involved, and I want them to be consistent in their running lines as well.
Time for the Classics, the Pick 6, Oaklawn Park on this Smarty Jones Saturday. Wide open. Starter allowance affair, a mile. With Expect the Best, Louis Saez, the tepid favorite, 3-1 at post time. Matt Dinnerman standing by.
Addersea coming forward, post 4. Scottish Storm about to come up next after Addersea. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this race is going to start and end in the same spot. This race will end at the green and yellow pole right there, right where they're starting. Scottish Storm goes in. They've loaded Major Dax, 2 back, first bid. And to the outside, Global Quote. Here's Global Quote coming up. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good start from Expect the Best. Dynamis away alertly as well. In between them is Addersea as they come by us. Right on. Aggressively ridden from the inside to get up there. Into the turn they go. Dynamis, right on, and Addersea. Those 3 stretched across the track with Expect the Best right behind them, getting towards the rail. He's in the 4th position with Copper Echo. Anthonian is down on the fence. He's 4 off the lead. There's a gap of 3 to Master Mule. Another 2 to Scottish Storm in the purple jacket. Global Quote is 4th last, 2 clear of the gray first bid along with Major Dax, and that leaves Stoke the Fire to trail the field. Down the back stretch they go. Right on. The pacemaker a neck from Dynamis and Addersea, who's 3 deep on the course. These 3 across the track with about a half mile to go here. Length and a half back to Expect the Best. Copper Echo to his outside. Anthony on a hold. He's 3 off the lead going into the turn. Then comes the gray first bid, attempting to get closer on the fence. Global Quote is going to be wide off the turn here. Going into that turn, he's 5 behind, and there goes Anthonian with a move. Anthonian 4 wide, coming looking for the lead. Around the far turn, he's got a head in front now. Right on is given way. Addersea in the second under an all-out drive, and Expect the Best is trying to follow the move of Anthonian, who has the lead coming to the top of the stretch. Expect the Best going to drift wide off the turn, continues to grind away. Anthonian, Expect the Best side by side, and there are no dangers in sight. It's a 2-horse race. Expect the Best trying to make it a 1-horse race. He goes to the lead now, and Expect the Best first off the claim for Ron Moquette, pulling clear to win it by 3 lengths at the finish. Anthonian was second, first bid third. Master Mule checked in 4th.
Expect the best, indeed the best, to kick off this classic sequence at Oaklawn Park. Back-to-back wins. First after the claim, Ron Moquette, Louis Saez strikes on the undercard of the Smarty Jones program.
$30,000 claim from our colleague Tom Amos, and now a $60,000 purse. From not Tom Amos, it was Jose D'Angelo, which is a tough barn to claim out of. So good job on behalf of Ron Moquette. But Louis had this horse in a good position, was forwardly placed, and won this with, as a favorite would. It wasn't quite as wide open as we thought, but we had the right two horses in mind.
Big, bold move from the gelding you liked.
Yeah, might have moved just a touch early, but he had
Maybe.
horse.
Just maybe.
He just moved a touch early there. He had horse, and then when he obviously got into the stretch, you knew he looked like one that was going to get beat, and is a horse that likes to play bridesmaid, as he did yet again today.
7, 8, 6, 10 here at Oaklawn. Horses have arrived in the Paddock Maggie for the 8th of 9 on the Saturday card at the Big A.
That's right, Lafitte. An interesting allowance race, as we'll check in with a horse who returns as a new gelding. One of my favorite angles in racing. That's number 8 in here. That is Tiger 24. And he's one that I think, gelding on multiple levels is going to benefit this horse. Always a bit of a heavier boned horse that just carried too much conditioning, just too heavy at the end of the day. And also, he's a bit of a cheeky character as well. Now, I often think that gelding needs longer than you would think to ultimately take full effect. Obviously, it's been enough time. It's been nearly 2 months. And furthermore, it looks physically like it has, taken effect with him, that he's very well defined, very fit in here and tucked up, more so than what I've ever seen him. And on top of that, he just looks sensational. I mean, he looks the best here in the paddock. The reason I say it may have not taken full effect is that he's still a little bit of a contrarian here. Mentally, we'll see if this time is when you want him, or maybe next time. But again, he gets back to what he wants to do here, or at least I think what he wants to do, and that's this one-turn mile here on the main track, as he did try to come back on the turf back in November. That did not work out, and back in the right spot here. As we'll move on to number 3, Dettori. Now, there's a lot of things not to like about Dettori. When he broke his maiden, he was with the racetrack on October 3rd. It was just a highway on the inside. But he did beat some nice horses on the flip side of that coin. And so then they go and they paid $200,000 for this horse at the Horses of Racing Age sale at Keeneland there. And his first start for the Joe Sharp barn was a disaster. It was an odd race, too. It did happen at night there at Churchill Downs, in which the top 2 finishers were really the only 2 to kind of finish the race. Like, nobody else is running. And while this horse, he was bumped badly on either side at the start. He was towards the back. He got a little headstrong. He moved closer going into the turn, went wide around the turn, and the jockey's asking him, and then suddenly at the quarter pole, he just stops asking him, and he eases him home. So I don't really know what to make of that. What I can say here, Andy, is that he looks so fit. He looks fantastic as well, and very confident, very eager. So maybe they can recoup some of that $200,000 that they spent for him.
Well, maybe the people that spent $200,000 for him should have looked at the track trends that day and saw that he broke his maiden riding an extreme bias. But that might be a little biased on my part. The one, Butter, going out for Gary Siaka, and Kendrick Carmouche looking for his 3rd.
Butter runs his best when he's forward, needs to use his speed from the inside.
Number 2, Brazenly, goes out for Chris Inglehart's on a bit of a run with Jose Lezcano.
He gets class relief, has races good enough to be competitive. Not a winning profile, though. 4 wins, 9 seconds.
Speedy Dettori, Manny Franco riding for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, horse named after Frankie Dettori. I actually rode him. I'm looking elsewhere.
Russian Realm, number 4, Fabian Pratt riding for Danny Gargan off a win, but tougher company.
This is a much tougher race, and he's a deep closer, so he's going to always pace and trip dependent.
Linda Rice and Eric Cancel both looking for another win in today's car with Ranger Battalion.
I think this is a major player at a big price. I'm surprised he's that much 9-1.
Favor Bermuda Blitz goes out for the hot barn of Chad Summers with Jamie Rodriguez.
He makes a lot of sense, especially off of that last effort. It should be forward.
Big price on Commuted, who's a forwardly placed runner with Raylu.
He's
Robbie
more
Falcone.
of a confirmed front-running type, too, right? You want to let him use his speed.
The number 8, Tiger 24, my choice in here, Bill Mott and Sahin Savachi.
Well, a horse that had flash stability, hadn't put it all together, and Maggie talked about it. Coming back as a gelding could be the key.
And the 9, Filoso, another one for Chad Summers, the long shot with Louis Rivera.
Yeah, a horse that looked kind of impressive breaking his maiden as a 2-year-old, just never went on, kind of lost his way, and he would have to turn it around in a big way here.
Here's the 8, Tiger 24. My feeling with this horse is it's a new gelding. I thought he ran a pretty good race breaking his maiden. They were ambitious. They tried the Wood Memorial. Didn't work out. Didn't come back for another 7 months. Put him on the turf. Feels like more of a prep for him. Got a little turf pedigree, but he's ultimately a dirt horse. And it just feels like sometimes these Bill Mott horses, off a layoff as they get older, they'll really step forward. But he'll need to step forward to beat this field. But I'm taking a small shot with him.
I like the comments that Maggie had about him gelding, lightening him up. Now, a lot of times they'll geld horses for behavioral issues, but the byproduct is it does lighten them up, and they stay a little sounder, they get a little fitter. He's making a nice impression on the racetrack as well.
I am against the favorite in this race, Bermuda Blitz. Now, I understand the Barnes horses have been running through walls. He had a very impressive winner yesterday who ran a 70 buyer kind of out of nowhere, though did take advantage of the track. I just thought the 6's race last time, Bermuda Blitz, was with the benefit of a strong rail bias that helped him get the win as he improved dramatically switching Barnes.
Well, that buyer figure really jumps off the page at you, right? You're scanning down and like, whoa, 92 right there. Yeah, I know I could see it, and was last time the time you were getting 4-1 last time. Now you're getting 9-5.
Competitive race here, Maggie. You have some thoughts on Ranger Battalion?
I do, Andy. As you guys hinted at, I feel like that's way too big of a price on number 5, Ranger Battalion in here. A horse that I thought had a little bit of trouble in his last start, especially at the break. He broke on top, and then some other horses just out sprinted him. He kind of got shuffled back and found himself way too far off the pace. And he was able to kind of run on mildly through the stretch there. But he's one of those horses that, other than the 8 in here, who I ultimately landed on in Tiger 22, Ranger Battalion was the next best looking option to me in the paddock. He really kind of touted himself. He's held such great form for Linda. Now, the argument can be made that he's a little bit of a better horse on a wet track. He kind of looks that way too. He has those small cuppy hooves overall. But I just feel as though that's too big of a price to take here on Ranger Battalion. And kind of getting to your favorite guys, he definitely was not one who wowed me in the paddock, but I got to say, he is moving incredibly well out there on the racetrack with Jamie Rodriguez aboard, who is giving him a vigorous warm-up. So I would presume he's going to be forward here yet again.
I think this is a very interesting race. Butta, to me, at 6-1, seems like a usable horse. Butta's really improved. I mean, what chance did he have against the like of Life and Times, the second-place finisher, Dreamlike? Came back to improve 5 buyer points in his next start. Ran second to Blue Kingdom, who had just turned into a wildebeest for trainer Jamie Ness. And I just thought he's an improved horse that could be a bit forward here, but he's not a horse that necessarily needs the lead to win.
He doesn't need the lead to win, but I do believe he runs his best when he is up close to the pace. I don't think he's a horse you want to leave him a lot to do because he's a little bit one-paced. He stays on.
I don't disagree, and I think, we'll see. I mean, Kendrick probably want to come out running, but you got to think that Dettori and Manny's going to go, and also Commuted's got to go in this race as well. He could be the speed of the speed. He's too big a price at almost 30-1. I just don't know if he's good enough.
One thing about racing in New York, though, it's usually the rider that shows he wants it the most that comes away with it as far as the lead goes.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Richie. Heading into the gate for race number 8, Chris Griffin with the call.
Dettori is in. Tiger 24, Russian Realm. Filoso to the outside. Luis Rivera Jr. Filoso. Race 8. All set. And they're off. Butta was off slowly. Speed from Ranger Battalion and also Bermuda Blitz is in between horses. Bermuda Blitz is now ahead in front. Down towards the inside is the gray. That's Dettori and the pink blinkers. And moving forward, on the outside is Commuted to join that early lead. As they come out of the chute and hook up the backstretch, Dettori is in front, is up by a head. Commuted is now a stalking second. Out wider Tiger 24 starts to move forward, is taken third. Losing ground as Bermuda Blitz is back to fourth from fifth. Here comes Brazenly, and towards the outside of them, that's going to be Ranger Battalion, center of the racetrack. Big gap, 6 lengths back to Filoso. Butta and Russian Realm is the trailer, 23.23 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Dettori. Dettori approaches a half mile left to go, is up by 3/4 of a length. Commuted, a big long shot, is right there in second. Here's Tiger, 24, is now unleashed, 3 wide, coming after the leader, Dettori. Tiger, 24, is ready to challenge for Savachi, is now within a head of the leader. Dettori's not giving up the lead easily, and here comes Ranger Battalion out wider through a 46 and 4 half-mile time. Tiger, 24, made that sustained rally on the turn, sprints for home, still battling on towards the inside is Dettori. Ranger Battalion's trying to make up late ground, is now challenging and taking second. Tiger, 24, will have to hold off some new challengers up on the outside. It's Ranger Battalion inside this final furlong. Russian Realm is weaving through rivals, gets the split. Tiger, 24, Brazenly's right there too. Russian Realm is going to squeeze through that seam. Flavien Prat, what can you say? Russian Realm up for the win. Brazenly finished second, Tiger 24, and a photo in 1 minute 38.67 seconds.
Looked like our 8, Tiger 24, was home, but ultimately moved too soon into what was a very rapid pace, especially when you look at the final time. And it was a big move forward for Russian Realm, a rare price on a Flavien Prat runner who weaves through traffic to get the job done. And I think important to note, Richie, this race, 0.37 seconds slower than the Busanda, a 3-year-old filly. Really flatters that race.
The 3-year-old filly at the very beginning of the year really does flatter that race. Yeah, ultimately at the end of the day, the 8 Tiger 24 made a bit of a premature move. There was a scrum on for the lead. The pace was sharp as well as contested. And he made a move, opened up, and just was on fumes the last 16th of a mile. And a horse that I think beat a much easier group last time. Russian Realm really got the setup, and what a ride from Flavien Prat. I mean, this guy does everything good. I mean, there's just absolutely no hole in his game. He's good on speed, he's good on turf, he's good on dirt, and obviously good on closers.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like I bet the best horse. It's a tough beat in the sense that the pace was very quick. I'm not blaming Savachi. I think the horse took him there. Sometimes you're almost too sharp off the layoff and dragged him into the race. I think ultimately Tiger 24 has improved, and we'll see good efforts from him. But this race just absolutely fell apart in the late stages, and Russian Realm gets the job done. A 6-1 shot that I'm guessing plays a little bit higher in multi-race bets. Much more to come on America's Day at the Races. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, and performance. Gainesway Farm. Race 8 heading into the winner's circle. Russian Realm. Flavien Prat doing everything right, as he frequently does, as the race sort of fell apart in the late stages, and gets the job done over brazenly with Tiger 24 running a very gallant race to finish third in this race. And you can see Flavien cutting the corner right there and getting that full head of steam. Such a good rider, Richie.
You know, and it's not an easy thing to execute with a closer, right? Because you don't want to get them stopped. But you have to make an assessment from my position, where I am at, and how much I have to do. Do I have enough force to come around? Obviously, he didn't. He had to cut corners, but he kept finding gaps. He tried to go out, that hole closed, but smoothly, seamlessly, altered course back, kept his forward momentum. That's as good a closing ride as you're going to see.
It really was an excellent ride. And once again, that final time of 1:38.67, 0.37 seconds slower, which is over 2 lengths than the winner of the Busanda. Really does flower that race. This is the kind of race that probably got a buyer figure in the mid to high 80s. 4.28 in race number 8. 9th race coming up. Another competitive race. Field of 9 in here as well. Right now, Vibrant Express is the favorite. I was interested in the 1 Unbroken Chain, the 7 Crescendo's Rain. We'll see what happens in race number 9. We did have some sad news to impart about rider Diane Crump, who was actually the first woman rider ever in a parimutuel race, also the first female rider to ever ride in the Kentucky Derby, a real trailblazer going back to 1970, I think, the Kentucky Derby, and she faced a lot of sort of adversity finally getting a chance to ride. In fact, sort of shameful adversity when you read about it, but Diane Crump passed away this past New Year's Day.
Yeah, and you know, like you said, a trailblazer. Women were fighting to get the opportunity to ride. Kathy Kuzner actually had to sue the Maryland Racing Commission to get licensed. Then subsequently was injured, and it opened the door for Diane Crump to become the first female rider to actually ride in a parimutuel race at Hialeah Park in 1969. And there was a lot of backlash. Riders didn't want to ride against her. They were pulling protests. The crowd was getting after her. She had to have security. And I guess, anytime you're a trailblazer, the first one over or through the wall is the one that's going to get bloodied and battered, right? But she stuck it out. She had a successful riding career and then went on to train horses for a little while out of Middleburg, Virginia. And every female rider that has gone on, that's gotten licensed and had success, they got to go back to those women, particularly Diane Crump, for being the trailblazers and making it possible.
I agree, and it's sort of shameful to read back to the difficulties she faced, but she passed away this past Thursday. Diane Crump.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This holiday season, give the gift of racing with Naira Bets gift cards. Share your passion with friends and family or instantly fund your own account. Choose the amount and redeem online. Find gift cards under the promotions tab at NairaBets.com.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us. America's Day at the Races on FS2 is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com. Get involved, sign up today, take advantage. $200 deposit match bonus, promo code BONUS200. And enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Right on time. Let's meet the field. Race number 7. Oaklawn Park started a late pick 5. There's Rocket Sanders, 13th career start 12 at Oaklawn.
3 for 11 at Oaklawn Park. These Archie breds, they'll surprise you.
Off the bench, 11-month layoff, table money.
11-month layoff to contend with, and one I find will benefit from a start.
Landlord, solid resume on this track.
Another has to contend with a bit of a layoff, but get a little bit faster as well.
$2 Eddie likes to mix it up early.
Huge blinker you'll see there on this son of Good Samaritan, who has some decent form, though it took him a minute to break that maiden.
Favorite, Nikolai.
He's athletic, he's fit, he's the deserved favorite off of a near miss last time out.
20-1 outsider, Choctaw Zip.
I took some interest in this long shot play coming off of the bench from Kim Puel. Has some decent races in the back form.
Storm Bender unraced since his debut win in February.
Burley carrying that good flesh, one that I find will benefit from getting a start, but an out-and-out sprinter.
Hess, 4 career wins, all right here.
Solid effort last time out where he was involved and came from off of it, has to follow that up here.
Mansura last win, July 2024, then Shake Up, who spent the spring and fall racing in Illinois.
Sharp and could show some speed, but not truly a factor to me in this group.
Rock Solo, Luis Saez looking for back-to-back victories.
Rock Solo, first-time gelding angle for the Rodmo Quepard, looking to secure another victory.
12, Zippy Mark, serious threat drawn outside.
The horse to beat coming off of some tougher groups and one that has been very comparable and effective amidst Arkansas-bred foes.
Arkansas-bred sprinters, $20,000 allowance optional claiming event. That is the field and the start of this late pick 5, Smarty Jones Saturday. And you're looking at Nikolai, who is the 2-5 favorite, 2-1 favorite. Most recent outing, this was opening weekend. He's 23-1. Those aren't Arkansas breds he's racing with, Megan, and Nikolai nearly triggers the upset.
Right, that was a kind of a bomb of a race there. You had a huge price on top and just a huge trifecta in a very chaotic race, but he ran incredibly well against open company and now gets back into state-bred foes, but he's got the fitness edge on a lot of these horses. He was beautifully put together, athletic, compact, fit sprinter, and a lightly raced 4-year-old that has some upside. Last time out, coming off of his far and away his best efforts. Seems like they've always been thought highly of him as he's been put in multiple situations where he's been in against open company. So I think he just fares beautifully against this group for sure.
By Golden Sense, Santa Anita Derby winner, 2-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. Golden Sense, you were between the 5 and the 12, seemingly so are the handicappers. Have you made a decision?
Kind of between the 5 and the 11, but the number 12 Zippy Mark, number 12 Zippy Mark for Kenny McPeak is another that has kind of a class edge. He drops also out of allowance groups on the New York circuit, who I have seen before back over the summer at Saratoga there, and he was sent aggressively by Kendrick that day to back up and that starter allowance back on August the 17th, where he was really sent for speed on a track that played very well to speed, and Kendrick really rode him, was under some stronger urging near the quarter pole and drew off. But he's kind of a high-headed type, as he was at Saratoga. He continues to show that, the number 12 Zippy Mark. And if he can return to some of those efforts, he seems to be a cut above some of these with the number 5 Nikolai there as well.
Kenny McPeak won his first Kentucky Derby a couple of years back. Mystic Dan ran 5th in the Smarty Jones. Breakout performance in the Southwest Stakes. Eventual Kentucky Derby winner. All the excitement as the calendar turns. The 2-year-olds become 3. And this road to the Arkansas Derby starts today with the Smarty Jones. And Megan, as we get closer and closer, you can feel the excitement building here at Oaklawn.
The crowd is here. It's an amazing day here at Oaklawn Park, and hopefully still involved in those multi-race wagers as we continue on in this Classics Pick 6 sequence. But a race that these Arkansas breds can be a bit finicky, and I found that there were just a couple as far as the class edge dropping down off of those open company foes that you really wanted to hone in on in terms of this race.
Where should our focus be from the start? Where is the speed Where will the speed, should the speed emerge from, as the fans here, the Railbirds, anticipating this start of the late pick 5 and really anticipating the featured event, Smarty Jones, later on this evening.
I think there's plenty of speed in this group at Lafitte. The number 4, $2 Eddie is quick, and the number 5, Nikolai, your favorite. I love the speed, and he does the speed that he possesses, and I find if he can play forwardly, he'll be yet another tough one to get around in this group.
Late pick 5 starts here. 7th race on the undercard of the Smarty Jones. 9-5 now. Nikolai, the favorite, with Walter De La Cruz in the saddle. Matt Ditterman with the call. Post time, race 7, Oaklawn Park.
We're about to load in. They're working with table money. Just stepped in there. Here's Landlord coming up. $2 Eddie in the purple. Here's Shake Up in the orange, post 10. Nikolai about to go into the gate here. Rock Solo, post position 11. 2 back, Choctaw Zip. And Zippy Mark to the outside post to round out the field. Full field here of a dozen to kick off the late pick 5. We're ready to go. And we're off. Choctaw Zip leapt in the air at the start. $2 Eddie on the lead at 1. Stormbender has some speed. Nikolai between that pair. Nikolai grabs a short edge early from $2 Eddie. Stormbender, who backs away, he stalks the pace running in 3rd. Landlord is 4th to the inside, a half length in front of Rock Solo. Is in midfield today. Zippy Mark's outside of him. Table Money on a hold in the green jacket. He's 7 lengths behind going into the far turn. Gap of 2 to Rocket Sanders. Then Choctaw Zip. Hess is towards the back of the field. He's got 2 runners beat, Mansoura and Shake Up as they round the far turn. $2 Eddie, narrow lead around the turn from the favorite Nikolai right there. These two matching their motors as they round the turn. Zippy Mark getting closer in the 4-path. He's making a big run, Zippy Mark, but he's being asked to go now as Nikolai just kicked on again. Nikolai opens up 2 and goes for home coming off the turn. Zippy Mark second. $2 Eddie gives way, and all of a sudden it looks like Nikolai's getting away from the competition. 1 furlong to go. Nikolai by 2.5 or 3 hitting the 16th marker. Zippy Mark is second. Rock Solo grinding away for a minor award along with Rocket Sanders. Nikolai gets it as the favorite. Zippy Mark was second. Rock Solo 3rd. Photo for 4th. Landlord and Rocket Sanders.
Nikolai crushed late, 4-5 in the end, and rolls in the 7th race to kick off the late pick 5. Smarty Jones Saturday at Oaklawn.
Ran to his favoritism here and showed that early speed, tracked off of things, decent pace there, and a lightly raced 4-year-old, as mentioned, who they've thought of, takes the drop down back into state-bred foes and just dominates here in this effort.
Handling these Arkansas breds, crop uncocked. Walter De La Cruz off to a solid start the first few weeks this holiday meet here at Oaklawn.
5 wins. I believe this is his 6th win so far of the meet. And wow, I mean, he's really doing well. Gets the win here for Tommy Vance, a barn that I think fondly of.
We'll step aside. Actually, we'll say goodbye and say hello to Fox Sports 1 as our coverage continues. Smarty Jones coming your way on FS1.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races. There's a nice shot of Oaklawn Park. They just finished their 7th race, I believe. Just finished at Oaklawn Park. Nice shot of a nice day there. Megan Burgess and Lafitte Pinkai III are at Oaklawn. Richard Migliori, Maggie Wolfendale, and myself, Andy Serling, here at Aqueduct in Ozone Park, Queens. We still have 1 race to go here, the 9th race coming up, a competitive race to close out the day of action where we've seen some nice performances by 3-year-olds, particularly Dazzling Dame, the 3-year-old filly, who I think she throws her hat squarely in the ring for the big 3-year-old filly races later this year.
An impressive and dominant performance. She actually ran faster than the Colts did in the Jerome earlier in the day, and she won with a little something left, too. Give you the impression that she'll stay on at least 1 1/8 miles.
Very impressive performance on a track that's been playing very fairly. If anything, you'd say that speed has not been particularly strong, and she wired the field. A nice effort by her. We also saw the Jerome with Derby points a little bit earlier today, but some racing left to go, mostly at Oaklawn Park, involving their Smarty Jones, which will have points towards the Kentucky Derby a little bit later. But there's 9 horses lining up in the paddock for today's 9th race. I thought one of the more competitive races races on today's card.
No, I agree with you. I thought there were a few different ways to go. I was a little bit interested in the two Honest Mischief. Chris Englehart is having a good run and switches to Flavian Pratt. Crescendo's Reign, I thought was a little bit interesting, and obviously Vibrant Express looks tough.
And speaking of Two Honest Mischief, the two, Maggie Wolfendale has more on him and some others as we head down to the paddock.
Yeah, Two Honest Mischief, guys. Number 2 was not one that was necessarily on my radar. Obviously, you always feel as though he's going to get a little bit over bet picking up Flavian Pratt for his first time against winners and breaking his maiden. But he kind of piqued my interest when watching him and when he entered the paddock, because this is a horse that at times I've seen just appear so nervous before his races. And, he was kind of just knocking on the door. He is a horse that obviously has a propensity to maybe want to hang a little bit, just hang with his friends. He isn't the boldest or the bravest, hence that nervous demeanor that you often observe in the preliminaries. Today, I'm not really seeing it with him. In fact, he probably looks better than ever. I did not see him on the day he broke his maiden last time out, but maybe this is a forward progression from this horse that we're noticing as he moves on to this level. Taking a look at one who has been at this level for quite a while now. That's number 9, Van Vollenhoven, who, to be fair, has kind of, no matter what surface he's been on, has had that gradual, steady improvement. And last time out, he did stumble significantly, but also kind of stumbled forward. But yet it did kind of mess up his momentum for a horse that does desire, I think, a forward position in his races. He was in a tight spot on the rail. Then he ended up kind of chasing between. He was blocked early in the stretch. He tried to run on, and ultimately it would end up a blanket finish. Now, oftentimes those blanket finishes reflect a not so strong race. But I'm willing to give him another shot here just because I think he's continued to improve throughout this year on form and physically. Andy?
Thanks a lot, Maggie. You and I were talking a bit off camera, but also on, about the racetrack today, and we'll talk more after the post-parade. As the number 1 Unbroken Chain, Manny Franco goes out riding for Eddie Barker.
I think a player here and a horse that will be lurking from off the pace, and I'm starting to lean more towards off-the-pace runners, which we'll talk about.
I agree. The two Honest Mischief will be closing for Chris Englehart and Flavian Pratt.
This is who I like, Flavian Pratt picking up the mount, and I like that Maggie said he's acting well.
Puckish gets back to David Duggan, coming in from Finger Lakes with Saheen Savachi.
Yeah, just one time that ran on the Naira circuit way back, left something to be desired.
Coin Jar, something I'm going to need to have out the way my picks have been running, goes out for Dana Sal.
Again, that Finger Lakes form, and still looks like he'd have to get faster.
Another Finger Lakes runner, Paul Barrow, had a race yesterday, trains this one with Christopher Elliott.
I tell you what, I have a lot of respect for Paul Barrow. I'd be surprised if this horse won, but he's a horseman people need to pay attention to.
Big-time player, I think, is the 7 Crescendo's Reign, Raylu Gutierrez, riding for a hot Charlie Baker.
Yeah, I agree, but will this horse get a little too involved with potentially the horse directly outside of him? I think he's a player, though.
I agree, but the speed is Vibrant Express. Can he hold on for another win going 7 furlongs for George Weaver and Eric Cancel?
Yeah. Hard-fought win last time, but when two speed horses are drawn side by side, they have a tendency to kind of incite each other.
The 9 is Van Vollenhoven, who can run well on both surfaces, Dave Duggan and Louis Rivera.
Yeah, and Dave stretching this horse back out. Another guy that I'm very, very impressed with is Dave Duggan.
Cutting back for Jose Jimenez, and Jamie Rodriguez is the long shot resilient hero.
Well, he's a deep closer, and they remove blinkers. And one of the byproducts usually of removing blinkers is a horse will have even less speed.
Which might not hurt him today. Both he and the 1 Unbroken Chain finished behind Mighty 88, who ran a 109 buyer in his subsequent start. But talking about the 7 Crescendo's Reign, I really, what's interesting about him is I actually think the best race that he ever ran, the 7 Crescendo's Reign, was his one dry track effort. When in his second start, he finished third in a race that sort of fell apart in the late stages. But I agree, I worry about the way the track's been playing, and I worry that he may get involved a little too much in a race that could come apart late.
And he has a lot of natural speed because he's really not handy away from the gate. He seems to either get away a bit slow or hit the side of the gate. And a lot of times, Andy, a horse will break like that because they're not standing still in the gate. They're shuffling their feet. They're a 1,000-pound animal, and the door's open. If they're a little off balance, leading one way or the other, they are not going to break sharp.
And I see he has the front bandages on again, which he put on last time out. Now, a lot of times trainers will use them on sloppy tracks, but not on a dry track. Is that something you think about very often, front bandages?
No, I didn't. And also, you got to know, like, Michael Hushin ran all those horses in front baggage, and sometimes it's just as simple as they burn their heels a little, and it's just to give them that so they don't get that abrasion.
I know Maggie wants to talk about Crescendo's Reign as well. We'll get her thoughts.
Another trainer that does that all the time with running in fours is Chris Engelhart. Charlie Baker, however, is not one of those trainers that often runs in front wraps. But again, we're dealing with a winter track, and a lot of times you will see horses run down a little bit more. You know, the salt content rises a little bit. It's a little bit of a deeper type of surface as well. But when we're talking about Crescendo's Reign, it does concern me slightly for the fact that, and Acacia said it too. It was funny. She texted me after I watched him warm up at Saratoga, and I wasn't thrilled with it. He is a horse that does kind of hit the ground hard, but that was on a fast track that day, and I thought, well, you know, maybe he does move better over the wet surface. Looking at him, however, on this occasion, I think he's actually moving better than what he was going 3 starts ago back there at the spa. So he looks good overall. Yes, those front wraps, when it pertains to him, concerns me a little bit. And 2, he's one that, you know, he was meant to debut back in 2024 in Saratoga on July 27th. And he was a late scratch that day. And so it took him a year to the day to get back to the races. So just a little food for thought, Andy. And when it comes to the track, you know, a question for you guys: is there a viable reason why it has changed? Could it be the riders are overcompensating given the conditions we saw yesterday, or did the track maintenance team kind of change it and to make it a more fair surface for this Saturday of racing?
You know, it's a very valid question, Maggie, which I don't know if I have an answer to. And it's funny, I'm not a why guy. I don't ask that question why very often because I just see what we're presented with. In general, we deal with a fair racetrack in New York all the time. And a lot of people out there say, oh, Andy's looking at biases. I don't look for biases at all. In fact, there's a lot of people look at them for more than I do. And I do the track trends, and people can read through my track trends. You'll see how frequently I just say the track played fairly today. The rail was okay, but the track was fair. And we didn't have a bias 2 days ago. We had one yesterday, and today we seem to be fair. Maybe some of the riders a little more aggressive, as Maggie was suggesting earlier today, led to some faster paces. But I think we're just seeing a fair racetrack.
Let's revisit this after this race because I do have an idea about it.
Excellent. More to talk about. They're heading in the gate. Chris Griffin, he's got one last call. The 9th race at Aqueduct coming up.
Van Vollenhoven and Resilient Hero. Astelo to the outside. The Saturday finale here at Aqueduct. Resilient Hero is in. All set. And they're off. Good beginning for Crescendo's Reign. Towards the outside, also in the early mix, is going to be Vibrant Express, and these two hook up early, head and head in the early stages. At the rail, here's Coin Jar, is now a challenging third. Van Vollenhoven's out wider in fourth. Stacked up in behind was this time, yes, nowhere to go, back down a bit. The rail was open, Unbroken Chain, and Manny Franco took that spot. They're chasing Vibrant Express, who's now in front, is up by a length. Back for more is Crescendo's Reign. Raylu Gutierrez has reclaimed that second position. Out wider, Van Vollenhoven in third. At the rail, Unbroken Chain is in behind these leaders, is in fourth. Another 2 to 2 Honest Mischief. They're followed to the outside by this time, yes. From the back, Resilient Heroes trying to run on there with Puckish and the trailer, Coin Jar. They're well into the turn now, 23.42. 47.21 for a half-mile time. Vibrant Express is still there. Unbroken Chain just had to steady. Manny Franco wants to hold that position. He's going to have to switch towards the outside, it looks like, as Vibrant Express sprints away, is up by 2.5. Still chasing his Unbroken Chain. 2 Honest Mischief is going to claim that rail spot here, is chasing the leader, who starts to wander a little bit. It's Vibrant Express and Eric Cancel approaching the final 16th. They're still about 2.5 in front. Vibrant Express is almost there. Vibrant Express front-running victory in the finale. 2 Honest Mischief up for second, Unbroken Chain. Then came this time, yes, to finish fourth in 1 minute 25.16 seconds.
It's so funny to watch how racetracks and riders in different situations, I think there was a general feeling that maybe speed wasn't that good, so they set a very controlled early pace, 23-2, and there's 500 Express, who's now won 3 straight races out there doing what he wants to do, and he just proved best in this race. I think we have a very fair racetrack, and he got away with a moderate pace, but he got it done once again.
Eric Cancel did a really, really good job. He indulged Crescendo's lane, allowed him to lead for a little over the first furlong. That outside draw, outside the other speed, gave him that luxury. But it was a really good ride because it enabled him to allow his horse to sneak that first eighth of a mile, and that ensured him being able to finish well going the 7 furlongs.
You know, you and I have talked for years about race dynamics, long before we worked together here when you were riding, and how 7 furlongs is a much easier race a lot to wire than 6, because a lot of times people get worried they can't get the distance, so they end up with a slow first quarter, and it turns into a 5 furlong race with an advantage, which in a lot of ways is what happened here. There's also an argument that this horse is just the best horse in the race.
Yeah, no doubt, but it certainly ran that way, and again, I give Eric a lot of credit. He was very cool, allowed his horse to kind of creep into the race the right way. You knew he had natural speed, and I think this might answer Maggie's question better than what I was going to talk about, that maybe the riders, you know, we're not immune to seeing trends and overcompensating at times.
Well, I think we saw it earlier, especially. I think we saw it very much in the second race today with aggressive riding. You'll see that. And listen, I think the riders are right to do that. You had a track that was biased yesterday, and they're being more aggressive. I like to see that. But as it turns out, I just think we're dealing with a fair racetrack, and it's the race dynamics that end up playing the biggest role, and that's kind of the way it should be, right? The 8th race kind of fell apart because they went a little too fast early.
Yeah.
In this race, they were going a mile. They went much faster the pace. In this race, the best horse in front, setting a controlled pace, gets it done.
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said. And well, I tell you, this is a handsome horse, Vibrant Express. And Vacoma, we've talked about him as a sire, a horse that George Weaver conditioned. So it must be pretty satisfying for him to win with offspring of his.
I'm just glad I'm not the person that had the claim voided out of his debut when he won 3 straight races now since that voided claim. Heading to break here on America's Day at the Races. We're done at the Big A, but we got a lot more action, including the Smarty Jones at Oaklawn Park.
4 months from today, the 152nd Kentucky Derby will take place. Between now and then, a series of qualifying races all over the world. And the next one is right here, Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Rancho Santa Fe is the favorite, undefeated in 2 starts. How will he respond in the test of his young career? In the race, named after a superstar, the Smarty Jones, next on FS1. Legend, a hero around these parts, Smarty Jones, 2004 Kentucky Derby winner, his path to Louisville. You're looking at it. Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. Trackside, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. It was just 2 years ago at this racetrack. We watched the Smarty Jones, and a colt by the name of Mystic Dan ran 5th. Nobody cared all that much. Nobody really noticed. And then 4 months later, we watched that same colt, Mystic Dan, become the 150th winner of the Run for the Roses. What will happen in this year's Kentucky Derby? How productive will this year's Smarty Jones turn out to be? Only time will tell. Now, what we can tell you is that today's Smarty Jones is in about an hour, and it is the America's Best Racing's race of the week. Naturally, this first step towards the Arkansas Derby, Oaklawn Signature Prep. Newly turned 3-year-olds, mile and a 16th. There's the field, $250,000 purse, 21 Kentucky Derby points available, 10 to the winner, number 5. Rancho Santa Fe, 5-2 morning line favorite, trained by Brad Cox. Megan Burgess hanging out with the Smarty Jones favorite earlier today.
Well, amidst the blue hue of the Brad Cox barn here on the backside prior to the Smarty Jones with none other than a fierce competitor in Rancho Santa Fe, a Tappet colt who's been incredibly progressive and undefeated, both of which those wins have come routing. And a Tappet colt, and one that is just a cool customer to be around, just really easy to be around near his stall. And oftentimes the mental acuity of those Tappet colts can sometimes be of question, but he seems like a really cool customer, and one that Brad Cox has mentioned is physically really growing into himself. They've pinpointed this spot for him. It's methodical by a trainer who definitely knows how to win this race, and he beat a solid field of 2 next out allowance winners to come out of that effort back at Keeneland, and just a really workmanlike horse who gets the job done in time. We'll see if he can continue to do so later on today in the Smarty Jones.
Not kidding, Megan. Brad Cox looking for a 4th victory in the last 6 years. Always a hotbed of talent. Hot Springs, Arkansas's road to the Derby. Those 4 key races headlined by Oaklawn Signature Race. $1.5 million Arkansas Derby towards the back end of the meet. As the excitement builds and we take this next step towards the first Saturday in May, you can feel the excitement here and the fans gearing up for not 1 but 2 stakes races. As we take a look at today's races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual unusually well. Late pick 4 coming up, back-to-back stakes races. 9th race is the Commodore and the Smarty Jones race 10. 9 up and 9 down from Aqueduct. We still owe you prices as we say hello to Andy Serling, Richie Migliori. Racing done there, gentlemen, but I imagine you're going to hang out with us for the rest of the broadcast, yes?
I haven't decided yet, Lafitte. I don't know. I think Richie and I are just going to relax here and let you and Megan do the heavy lifting from now on. I think we've worked enough for a day. Been a fun day of racing here. We saw nice performances in both the Jerome and the Busanda. You know, you sometimes think this time of the year, these horses, they're not the real ones. I don't know. I thought we saw some nice performances today, and the winner of the Busanda is one to watch.
Winner of the Busanda is more of a finished product. She's extremely talented. She proved that today. The winner of the Jerome, I think, still a horse learning, improving, and could continue to take a step forward. You know, years ago, the earlier preps in January seemed to be less important. But as horses have raced less and less, or having to have more time between races, these races have become more important. You're not getting horses packing in their last preps over the last 2 months. They're starting earlier because they need more time.
And you can fall asleep on Aqueduct and say, oh, the racing may not matter in the winter. Cloud Computing, a horse who debuted in the winter, went on to win the Preakness. We've seen horses that have won
Smarty
these
Jones
races
won in the winter
Smarty
here.
Jones won, what then would be the Jerome now, the Count Fleet that weekend before going down to Oaklawn Park. So don't discount them just because they ran here. You can call us homers, but I think we saw some very nice performances and flattered by race like the 8th race with those older males running slower than the 3-year-old fillies did in the Busanda just a half an hour later.
Older horses at this time of year and battle-tested horses.
Yeah, no, I think we saw nice performances. So we'll see how things play out. But Dazzling Dame, very impressive. Busanda in my world, an improving horse. The Jerome as well. And another horse has been very impressive is Vibrant Express. Ran a maiden claiming race first time out, then came back months later, got the job done, has now won 3 races straight and just able to dominate this field on the front end. Set a controlled pace, but Richie, this horse was best.
Yeah, nice effort, really nice ride by Eric Cancel. I love the, I try to get in riders' heads and watching him the first 8th of mile going, oh, wow, what a nice execution of allowing your horse to sneak into the race the right way.
And, one of the reasons I've been critical of Eric is that I feel he's a good speed rider. He won a lot of races as a young rider in Saratoga by being aggressive, and sometimes he gets away from it. And I don't think, as you said, he could have ridden Vibrant Express any better. As the 2-to-1 shots run 1-2, but Eric Cancel and his agent made the right choice because they had ridden 2 Honest Mischief in the past as well. 8-2-1 closes it out, closing out a pick 5 that paid $1,800 and just shy of $50. Oaklawn Park, a lot of action left to come. Race number 8 as we head back to Lafitte and Megan.
And not a stakes race, Andy, but it has that kind of purse that you see in stakes races. $115,000 full field this 8th race, Megan, and 12 to choose from.
12 to choose from, and quite the puzzle. We've got the return of a Kentucky Derby winner off the layoff. We've got some competitive horses with recency edge that have done well in their latest allowance tries. This is a fun one.
Super Cruise, current 9-5 favorite. Circle back to him in a moment. I want to start with Dancin' Samo, currently 5-1, and revisit his latest, exiting the same heat as Super Cruise back on the 12th opening weekend here at Oaklawn Park. What'd you make of this effort, Megan?
Thought they both ran very well here back on opening day, and this horse in 8, Dance Samo, has just been very consistent. 2 back there on Claiming Crown Day wasn't as forwardly placed, but he's kind of a grinder back off of it, but does have some tactical speed. He's kind of interesting there for Tommy Van Berg. And again, last time out, he broke from the far outside, was rear pack, and then got to the inside. And honestly, key race when you look at the way First Division really ran in the coach yesterday, having made the first move. And I just thought this was a key race. He improved in that Beyer speed figure. We'll see how the speed plays out in front of him because he is one that likes to kind of come from off of things.
Christian Torres, leading rider. There he is, pressing all the right buttons, looking for a 3rd win this afternoon.
Yep, Christian Torres aboard the number 6 Super Cruise, a modicum of consistency, never off the board for this lightly raced 4-year-old son of Uncle Mo. He's a big, strong horse that I think looks even better than when I saw him on opening day, figuring maybe a start would be to his benefit, and he got it, and he ran incredibly well off the bench, whereas the foe that he faces today had a little bit more recency on him in Dance Samo. So to me, he's that move forward type. He's got all the upside of this group for a barn that's also pressing some right keys in the Ray Ashford Jr. barn.
Touched on Mystic Dan, top of the broadcast, 5th in the Smarty Jones, eventual Kentucky Derby winner, trained by Kenny McPeak. McPeak has rendered judgment going here, number 3 at 7-2. On race since last spring's Kentucky Derby.
Contends with that layoff, first off the bench since the Kentucky Derby, where he kind of got in by default. He hasn't won a race since his maiden score at Churchill Downs around 2 turns, but boy, does this horse want the 2-turn route of ground. He is all route, very big, bigger type horse that wants to get that extended route of ground. He's got an engine on him. He's very well meant and very well turned out. Been training there at Kenny McPeak's Fairgrounds base, and he's had a very consistent, steady work tab. He gets Lasix for the very first time, which could be something to turn his brain on a little bit in his system there, but he's got some decent performances. I find he's one that's a bit better when he's tracking and forwardly placed. He's gotten in the shuffle a bit in some of his efforts, but he has been up against some talented types. This, to me, is a bit of some class relief from what he faced earlier off the bench.
A rendered judgment could be a very productive hour plus for trainer Kenny McPeak. Also has Universe. 2 runners in the Smarty Jones, but Universe currently 5th in these standings in terms of points towards the Kentucky Derby. Universe, who has competed with some of the very best 2-year-olds, now turned 3 in the game.
I'm a Universe fan. I have been so since that Saratoga debut where he really was so visually impressive. We'll see if he can step up. But quickly before they enter the gate, the number 2, Riddle Solver, a long shot I want to give you. Great win last time out, and according to Connections, has been training very forwardly.
Big field, big purse, $115,000. Final check of the tote board reading 7-5. Super Cruise, Christian Torres seeking a third on this Smarty Jones Saturday. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Race 8 live Oaklawn Park on FS1.
Dan Samo still working with him. The rider's going to hop off here. Francisco Arrieta working with Dan Samo to take his spot in the gate at 6-1. And Dan Samo just went in. Myra's Boy about to walk forward. Midnight West coming up. Midnight West about to go in. Super Cruise about to take his spot, goes right at. Still working with Midnight West. Mina coming up. Capo Luca, and to the outside post, Timing Difference. Here's Timing Difference, Tyler Bacon, rounding out the field. A dozen ready to go. And they're off. Stutter step start from Gun Runner Charlie, who's well out of it early. Going to the front, Riddle Solver on the lead. Midnight West is right there. A 3-deep Mina not far off as they approach the first turn run. Dan Samo in the 4th position going into the turn. The Warden is scraping paint into that turn. A deep Timing Difference in the mix of horses right behind the leaders. Timing Difference off the speed today. Now 4 off the pace. Gap of 3 to Super Cruise. Render Judgment is next in the group with La Hooligan. They run as a pair. Gunrunner Charlie Keene, 3rd last after breaking slowly ahead of Myra's Boy and Capo Luca as they swing it down the backstretch. Pacemaker on the first leg of the late pick 4. That's Riddle Solver on the lead with Midnight West right there. A 3-deep Mina not far off as they head down the backstretch. Length and a half to Dan Samo. Then Timing Difference. The Warden to the inside. He's 3 lengths behind. Patiently ridden on the rail with Rafael Bejarano. Gap of 4. Super Cruise still in midfield. La Hooligan sent along hard outside of him. Gunrunner Charlie needs to turn it around with Render Judgment, who's being asked for more rounding the far turn run. Myra's Boy, Capo Luca, second to last and last respectively around the far turn. Midnight West, he's got a head in front now. Inside, Riddle Solver begins to give way, and Midnight West is on the lead here. Outside, trying to produce a bid. That's Mina. He's right there battling for the top spot, and these two are off the turn together. Dan Samo is 3rd, and right behind them is Super Cruise trying to get into the race on the grandstand side. Mina, he has passed Midnight West. Super Cruise, Dan Samo, they are moving as a pair. Dan Samo, Super Cruise, these two to decide it, and they're kicking right by Mina, who's giving way. Super Cruise outside with a nose in front. Super Cruise, Christian Torres with a hat trick. Dan Samo was 2nd. Gunrunner Charlie 3rd. Mina flattened out to 4th.
Driving finish in the 8th at Oaklawn Park. Super Cruise wears down Dan Samo. A thrilling finish in the 8th.
The 2 horses that made the most sense prevailed in the end. The number 6 is Super Cruise. You mentioned there in the call the hat trick for Christian Torres, who's just been riding lights out, really cultivating a relationship with this barn, the likes of Decode. But this horse, I think, has some real talent, some real ability, always puts forth the run and gets his win there for the first time against winners.
Those 2 riders slugged it out last season. As you take another look, bird's eye view, Christian Torres had the lead most of the meet. Francisco Arrieta ambushing him late for the Oaklawn riding title. Here, Torres returns the favor at least for a race. Super Cruise. Dan Samo does everything but win.
And this wasn't an overtly fast pace whatsoever. You'll see the 6 there in the drone footage, kind of angled out there to the outside of the number 8, Dan Samo, and was able to get forward and get that win and kind of grinding it out. But man, I mean, this was impressive to me. The pace, they weren't going very fast up front. He was able to get the job done. Dan Samo has to settle for 2nd yet again, but also a solid effort. And like I mentioned, he's just a modicum of consistency.
Torres, big afternoon, heating up just before we get to the stakes racing. Commodore is next, then The main event, the Smarty Jones with 3-year-olds. And for trainer Kenny McPeak, he saddled his first Derby runner back in '95 to Hannah Run, ran second. Finally got that first Derby victory in '24 with Mystic Dan. McPeak back on the Derby trail with 2 runners in the Smarty Jones.
Elite power to the front. And the 16 goes very clear. And gonna take the rear dirt sprint. But Elite Power does it again.
75 and a half. In the back, 550,000. Thank you.
Down a minute to get down, head to the hills ground, and to get all through all done. $1,050,000. $1,050,000 and a half. $1 million, Blake. Thank you.
Juddmonte.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Performance coming up that we just saw at Oaklawn Park. Richard Migliore and Andy Serling in the studio here at Aqueduct. Of course, Megan Burgess and Lafitte Pinkai are down at Oaklawn Park, but we saw a nice performance by a pretty solid runner in this race who's run well every single time he's at the racetrack in Super Cruise.
Andy, this horse has a world of talent. His Achilles heel has been getting out of the starting gate. His first start, he got so left, made this giant middle move to take the lead in the middle of the race and hung on for second. So that day, you could identify how talented he was. And he just keeps running, grinding. He's got that Uncle Mo stride head out and down, and Dance Samo, nice effort by him, rounding out the Uncle Mo exacta.
Yeah, no, those were nice performances. And this horse has run fast buyer figures in every single one of his starts. Gets it done for Christian Torres, who continues to light it up. In fact, he and Francisco Arrieta and Ramon Vasquez see them running 1, 2, 3, and they have had a lot of success at Oaklawn Park over the recent years. Race 9 coming up, the first of a couple of stakes there in a row, is the Commodore Overnight. And I thought this was a very competitive field, Richie. And you look at it right now, and you look at the board, a couple of 7-2s and a 5-2 favorite in the number 5, Concrete Glory, going out for Safi Joseph, with Luis Saez riding at Oaklawn Park for the first time this winter.
Yeah, I think it's a really good move on Louis' part and his agent, Kieran McLaughlin. Big purses, a colony that is competitive, but Louis brings like another level. I mean, he's already proven to be an elite rider on the major stage.
And I think we saw it a little earlier today in a ride where, maybe Christian Torres moved a little soon and Louis sort of sat chilly and made that last move and the winning move. He's a very good rider, and like you, I think he's going to have a very big winter.
Well, the race you're talking about earlier, he's stuck in the pocket. You're outside. You're kind of controlling the race. When you go on, it's basically opening that pocket for that runner. So I would have held him in there for as long as I possibly could have.
It's fun to watch racing as chess matches sometimes, and it's hard when you're that mover. You think, should I be moving? Should I keep the guy in? When do I move? And at the end of the day, when you lose, you get to second guess yourself, and others second guess you, and you win. You did everything right. That's the way the game works. And we saw some nice performances earlier today in Triple Crown preps. Now, whether or not these horses end up ultimately being Triple Crown type horses, you and I both agree that My World for trainer Brad Cox is a very improving horse, a son of essential quality.
Yeah, I think he's a horse that's still learning. If you go back and watch his last win, he was green, kind of laying on horses. It looked like he was lugging in, but it was more to get on top of a horse, because when that horse fell away and a horse came outside, he wanted to drift out to that horse. This was more professional, but it's still a touch green. Got a little outpaced before they turned for home, and then came on resolutely. I like this horse. I think he's still learning.
I completely agree with you, Richie, and I liked a lot of things about him. You look at 2-year-olds, early the 3-year-old season, obviously. Would you rather have one that runs a brilliant figure in Saratoga, winning in Presley first time, that doesn't go on with it, or one that's a little slow early, that's sort of learning the game but getting faster as they progress?
Well, I always thought it benefited horses when they didn't win early, and they got the benefit of experience in races against maidens, got kicked back, faced maybe some adversity, because eventually they're going to have to face winners, and they're more of a finished product when they get there.
And I think it's one of the ways the game has changed. You and I have been around a long, long time together. Our trajectories in the game are very similar time periods. When you first started getting involved in the game, I started following it. They didn't win first time out. Only the really, really good, the Seattle Slews, the really good horses.
Sure.
You always wanted the horses that took the time to develop. But these days, there's that win early mentality. Trainers do it in Saratoga to get attention, to get owners, to get more horses. I understand the way it works. But it's horses like a Paladin, who we're showing there, right? A horse that, you know, he got put up first in his first start, but he's a work in progress. And you want these horses to work towards a goal. And the goal, of course, are the big races starting with the first Saturday in May.
Almost like on-the-job training in some respects. And, you know, years ago, the old school guys, they didn't want you to hit the horse first time out at all. If they could win on their own merits, win on their own merits. But they were happier to see a good closing third, fourth, fifth, and a horse getting experience because you were creating a better horse over a career. Paladin's proven to be very, very talented, and like you said, he's still figuring the game out.
Yeah, I think both he and Renegade, the horses that finished 1-2 in the Remsen, they finished 2-1 with the disqualification in the maiden race. I think both of those horses, and horses we'll talk about later in the show, are definitely horses to be at least dealt with as we go forward. We'll see what paths they take towards the Kentucky Derby. But the Busanda was run significantly faster later in the day than the Jerome, and I thought the even more impressive thing about this was not just Dazzling Dame winning by 15 lengths, but older accomplished males, one race later, 30 minutes later, went 0.37 seconds slower than this 3-year-old filly did on the first Saturday in January. This Dazzling Dame, I got to tell you something, she made a fan out of us.
Oh, absolutely. And I love the way she was in front, comfortable, waiting on her rider to ask her for her best. Heavy in Toledo asked her when Two Bits came calling, turning for home, and she drew away as easily as she wanted. This was a really strong performance.
And it was an honest pace she sat. And if it was yesterday, we might have said, well, the racetrack's very kind inside speed. There was a bias, carried her along, exaggerated performance. Not the case at all today. We saw a very fair racetrack today. A lot of races, the paces fell apart. She set an extremely honest pace of a little over 47 and a half. The horse who was trying to run with her, well, she's no superstar. She completely fell apart chasing this one. This is a very promising 3-year-old filly.
Yeah, and 4 for 5 now, lifetime. Now, listen, we're talking about Kentucky Oaks because these, this is where we begin, right? This is the start of the trail. Her only race that wasn't good was at Churchill Downs. Now, listen, maybe she just wasn't having a good day, but it always leaves you that moment to pause. She just not handle that surface as well.
Well, that'll be their excuse when she doesn't run well. They'll forget about it when she does run well. And, I'm looking at her. She's at Girvan and a $45,000 2-year-old purchase. And I'm guessing the connections, Respect the Valley LLC and Brittany Russell, the trainer, I'm guessing they've gotten some phone calls, some people looking to at least buy into her, if not buy her after that performance. Because other than Zany, who I thought was very impressive winning our Demoiselle, I mean, who are the killers out there in the 3-year-old filly ranks?
Yeah, no, I think this filly threw her hat squarely in the ring as one of the ones that you got to look for going forward. I guess in a perfect world, maybe you let someone buy in and stay in, so you're taking money off the table, but you still get to enjoy the ride.
No, they're doing great. I mean, she's won over $200,000. She cost $45,000, and she looks like a very promising filly. The Commodore Stakes coming up at Oaklawn after a quick break.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races from Oaklawn Park earlier today. Significant moment before the racing began here at Oaklawn. The unveiling of the flag celebrating our country's 250th anniversary. It is historic, the first ever unveiling of the flag in the state of Arkansas. And moments later, Megan caught up with Cole Jester, Arkansas Secretary of State.
Well, here with Arkansas Secretary of State Cole Jester on a very special Smarty Jones Day as you unveiled the 250th anniversary commemorative flag here. How special is it to unveil that here right at Oaklawn Park?
When you look at our country, when you look at the rights we have, the freedoms we have so much to be proud of. And we didn't get that overnight, but that is 250 years of sacrifice by patriotic Americans. So for me as Secretary of State, to be able to unveil this, to celebrate those years of dedication, it was truly an honor.
Well, Oaklawn Park has certainly been a tourism hotspot, an economic driver here in the state of Arkansas. Can you speak to the importance of thoroughbred racing in Oaklawn here in the state of Arkansas?
Absolutely. Arkansas is a horse racing state. We're proud of that piece of our heritage. And this is a celebration about heritage. And in Arkansas, whether it's Razorback football, whether it's Oaklawn, we're a sports state. We're proud of it. And we love to have a good old-fashioned competition.
Well, you mentioned you're going to be here with us on deck for the races. Are there any horses that you're looking out for today?
You know what? I might keep that inside information. You don't want to jinx it, you know?
I love it. I love it. Well, Mr. Stella certainly will take care of you today, as will the entire team at Oaklawn. It's been an incredible hospitality, especially for me coming here for the first time. So I hope you get to enjoy your day, Cole.
Thank you so much. Arkansas is a hospitable state. We're a state that's proud of our history, our veterans, and we invite you to come here with us.
Special day here at Oaklawn Park.
A real sense of pride here at Oaklawn, given the historic nature of this unprecedented event. A first for Arkansas as the flag celebrating America's 250th anniversary was unveiled. All part of a festive Smarty Jones Saturday in Hot Springs. And now the second of 3 stakes races coming up with the Commodore Overnight Stakes, $135,000 purse. There's the field and corresponding odds. Older horses, 6 furlong sprint. Right now, Concrete Glory, number 5, the favorite at 5-2. And we check in with Megan and this Commodore Paddock report.
Well, here in the paddock, a pretty interesting race here in the Commodore Stakes as we'll take a look at one of the favorites in the 5, Concrete Glory, shipping in for the Saffie Joseph Jr. barn, who's currently batting 100, 1-for-1 with the shippers. But this is a speedster here in this group and one that was very much sharp, on his toes, and was he was reluctant to get the tack on in the paddock, where they were not quite able to get it done inside the stall. They ended up taking him out, walking around the indoor paddock there as he takes to Oaklawn Park for the very first time. And this is something I'll continue to mention. It's in watching horses ship in. It's a very intimidating situation. It's very it's close, tight quarters, an indoor paddock, an indoor space where this horse has been primarily raced Florida, Kentucky, just different settings, and he was certainly agitated on his toes, but he is a speed horse, and he carries himself very much like a sharp speed horse would. As far as him physically, he looks fantastic. He's second off the time away from July in that effort, that huge effort there at Saratoga, where he's just been keeping some very good form lines. The legs of Grade 1 winner Bookham Dano there, running in the Grade 3 True North, where he didn't menace, but I project him to be the speed today, and he certainly looks sharp and on his toes. But a horse I'm rooting for, and I also find is competitive here in Open Foes, is the number 11 Navy Seal, the lone horse in the Nancy Knott barn. Just great connections, great story. But in terms of this horse's form, he fits in this group, and he will be a bit of a price, he's taken money down from the morning line, and people are gravitating towards him. Second off the layoff. I would not dismiss this horse. He looks fantastic. He's fit. He was able to really give Bohemian Beau all he could handle in a nice group of Arkansas stakes caliber types the last time out. And physically, he looks strong and he looks ready to roll, contending, though, with that outside post. But overall, Andy, an incredibly deep group and one that I had some fun sorting through in this Commodore Overnight Stakes.
Thanks a lot, Megan. Appreciate that. Looking forward to the races coming up at Oaklawn. And I know, Richie, you're a big fan of the Archie bred. Javier Castellano riding Navy Seal, and he has gotten a very, very impressive and consistent record.
You got to really admire his consistency. He's a horse that I really became a fan of last winter, covering him on a consistent basis. And you know, Andy, I love closing sprinters.
Yeah, I do too. I would think for them too. And, you know, I think one of the things that's fun on the show covering Oaklawn is you get an appreciation. We like the state bred programs. We're proud of the New York State bred program. But it's cool to see the Arkansas breds as well. And I think one of the things about them is these programs, you know, it's not the biggest names like a Kentucky, but people are very proud of the horses they produce. And we've seen some really nice Arkansas breds over the years, just as we've seen many, many terrific New York breds over the years. You riding quite a few of them, including Funny Side and Win, the first $1 million New York bred earner, right?
Yeah.
They're heading on the track for race number 9, the Commodore Overnight.
Andy, when earning $1 million for a horse was a huge deal.
People have no idea. Look up some horses and the money they made. Like horse like Pearl Necklace, who won $450,000 the hard way. She'd have made about $5 million if she were running today. This hard-knocking horses, the money just wasn't there back in the day.
No, listen, I have races that I won here at Aqueduct, $7,000 purses.
The Whitney was $50,000 when I first started going to the track in the mid-'70s. That was a long time ago, but still, seems like races like, and it was a very prestigious race, the California bred Ancient Title, winning the first Whitney that I ever saw live, actually, in 1975 with Sandy Hawley.
Was it Sandy Hawley?
Yeah.
Wow.
The number 1 is Thought That Counts. Goes out for David Jacobson with Christian Torres.
Well, he throws in big efforts now and then, but usually just at a little bit further distances.
He's a deep closer in this race. He could be coming from dead last. The 2, Second ID, goes out for Bob Young and Alfredo Triana.
And could lend some speed here, at least for the first part of the race.
Number 3, Echo Again. We've seen his name before. Goes out for Norm Cassie. Definitely a player, Ricardo Santana.
Definitely a player and a horse that has, I think, the right style for this race, because I think it's going to be a pretty sharp pace here.
The long shot, Rexford. Goes out for Greg Compton and Ramon Vasquez.
Lens pace here again. Another horse that does his best work on the lead.
The number 5, Concrete Glory. Looks like a speed for Safi Joseph and Luis Saez.
One way to go here. Another speed type. And obviously a player, but does the race shape play against him?
Number 6, Bourbon Bash, went by Steve Asmussen. The 7 is Banjo Chris, a horse that I kind of liked for Troy Widmer and Rafael Bejarano.
More of a closing type again.
The number 8, Mischievous M, a long shot, Timothy Martin, and your man Tyler Bacon.
Yeah, Tyler
last
Bacon
year's
spent the
apprentice
summer at Perry
sensation.
Meadows, and now he's back at Oaklawn. Very successful meet last year. More pace.
Spankster, Francisco Arrieta riding the number 9, went by, and the 11, Navy Seal. Javier in to ride the Archie bred.
I like this horse. I think he has the right style for this race. He has that one race under his belt now, so he should be at optimum fitness. The 8-year-old son of midshipman. I'm a fan.
Let's get more from Megan.
With trainer Norm Cassie, who sends out the number 3, Echo Again, and he is just really kind of the modicum of consistency. Always seems to put together a good run.
Yeah, I think we hopefully figured him out a little bit last time. He's been a tough luck horse, but felt like maybe the cutback and letting him just get into a rhythm early on in the race and letting him dictate what goes on has made a difference.
Where do you find Ricardo having him tactically in this spot?
Just wherever the horse wants to be. Honestly, it seems like there's an abundance amount of speed in here. So we may be far out of it. He's just going to have to work a trip out after that.
Settling and obviously finding that room, but Norm, best of luck in this group.
Thank you.
Andy?
Thanks, Megan. Nice to see my friend Norm Cassie. Always wishing him good luck as well. Nice shot there of Oaklawn Park. So you mentioned the pace in here, Richie, and I agree with you. This pace should be awfully fast. The 5 and the 8. Does the 10 Lucius Veras scratching take some speed out of the race and perhaps make it a little easier? Or both the 5 and 8 so fast that they've got to be moving early?
Yeah, well, listen, the 10 Lucius Veras was lightly raced, did show high speed, second start in the slot. Might have just gotten outfooted by a couple of these. Concrete Glory is fast. Rexford is fast. He's so fast, he was in front in a 1,000-yard mixed race against quarter horses at Los Alamitos. They're side by side. Then we get some more speed with the likes of the 8, Mischief M. I'd be really surprised if we didn't see a fast and contested pace.
And even second ID, the 2 is supposed to be going a bit early. So it's hard to believe they're not going to be moving up front. And I think that makes Concrete Glory a very dubious 8-5 favorite here because they have got to be racing early. And this is not a weak field.
No, I agree with you. I think just obviously a talented horse, but I think he's going to have to hard work early and could be ripe to be picked off late. And I like the 11 Navy SEAL. You make a compelling case for Banjo Chris, who should be, closing late. I want a closer in this spot.
Well, I love a turn back, and I think the turn back for Banjo Chris could really help. Very, very interesting race coming up as we get more from the crew down at Oaklawn Park.
Andy, thanks so much as these sprinters continue to warm up, getting closer to post time for this Commodore Overnight Stakes, $135,000 purse. You're looking at Echo again, Megan, and this was his latest appearance. We revisit late November. Churchill Downs in the mud, and Echo again wins for the first time in about a year, ending a 7-race losing streak.
He's another bridesmaid type, and last out at Churchill Downs, he set a career best Beyer speed figure, very strong at 99. Beyer speed figure at that 6 furlong distance, which I find he's best at. He's been tried at the mile, at the 7 furlongs. I really like him getting back to a flat 6 furlongs here. And just when they gelded him back in March, it seemed to do some difference for him. He started running a little bit more consistently. So you saw Norm Cassidy trying to figure this horse out because he does have that ability. And as far as last time out, he was able to settle. He split horses, and then he just quickly was up front and ran down what I think is a really nice horse in 1/900. He's a bigger horse. He is not overly, as far as the acceleration, he kind of churns. But the runner-up, Lipsy Bliss, out of that effort, came back to win here back on the 20th. So certainly a live race, and he looks to be a contender here, especially with some of the speed involved in this group.
Norm seemed pretty confident. He gave you a lot there about strategy and tactics.
He's one that he just lets him settle into himself. And he's got an aggressive rider in Ricardo Santana who's so intelligent about reading the races and letting those horses kind of do what they want to do. And he's got plenty of speed, I find, in front of him in this group.
Talking about Echo again, you're looking at Concrete Glory, 8-5 favorite for this Commodore Stakes. Saw him this summer at Saratoga. It was opening weekend. It was in the mud. Concrete Glory facing some really, really nice horses, digs in and just holds on.
Just holds on there with a very competitive figure. And he was a price that day. I mean, you've got the likes of Little Nye in Scotland, and he is a speed horse. He gets to the lead, and that's his game. That's his niche. And he looks to control back again here. But I just wonder what the pressure is going to do to him. I think there are some others that he will have to contend with on the front end, but he truly looks like the fastest at the first call. Comes out of that effort on the starter, the claiming crown day. So you see that starter allowance and you think that it's a big precipitous jump in class, but no, this horse has been in stakes quality fields. That was a nice field of the best as far as the group is concerned last time out at Churchill. And now second off the time away over the summer, I think he's fit, and man, was he on edge in the paddock.
Just the second running of the Commodore. Steve Asmussen saddled the winner last year. Booth, he has Bourbon Bash pictured. What do you make of his chances?
I like this horse. I've always had a thing for him. Looking at his efforts in Kentucky, he is 1 for 7 here at Oaklawn Park, but I thought he ran a commendable effort 2 back, and last time out in the Maryland Sprint, he was kind of covered up. He just weakened that day, but now he's coming off of a big layoff. We haven't seen him since May of 2024, and I thought he looked pretty well prepared at attaining Joel Rosario, and fit and hopefully prepared for this. It's a task in this group as far as jumping into stakes waters.
A story you touched on in the paddock, Nancy Knott, trainer Nancy Knott, the one horse she trains, Navy SEAL. Like, how can you not root for Navy SEAL?
You have to root for him, and he stands his own form in here. He's not an out of the question type. Now, this is a big step out of those Arkansas bred foes that he's been very routine to seeing, but he's got the form right now to contend here in open waters.
Race 10, the Smarty Jones. First, the Commodore. Here's Matt Dinneman.
To the outside post, Navy SEAL. That's the 2. Second ID broke through the front of the gate, and he is going to take a tour down the backstretch riderless, at the very least. The Outriders trying to corral him. Alfred Triana Jr. up on his feet.
These sprinters keyed up, ready to rock and roll, and second ID busting through the front of the starting gate. Alfredo Triana, good to see him on his feet as the Outriders will do their best to try and wrangle in, apprehend second ID, breaking through the front of the barrier as they were filing in for this Commodore.
Horses having to now reload after that incident. And second ID won in the Paddock. He was also very sharp, very on edge, reluctant to get the tack on. So to me, not overly surprising that he had some of these gait issues that he's been a bit fractious in some of his prior races. So we're hoping that he is okay physically. Everybody will have to, of course, come back and reload.
And this was a contender. He had run second or fourth, check that, at 30-1 in the Ring the Bell earlier this meet. Frustrating, as you saw there, for Alfredo Triana. He's good. He was on his feet. He seems fine, but frustrating. You think you're going to ride a contender in a $135,000 stakes race, and just like that, you're sitting this one out.
It is frustrating, and it's also another speed factor that's taken out of this race. He was surely, to me, one that was going to be sent, was going to be forwardly placed, so it does make it potentially a bit easier for your favorite in the 5, Concrete Glory, to assume that more early position. I'd imagine him being more forwardly placed. The number 4, Rexford, could potentially assume a more forward spot with some speed, so it does kind of change a little bit of that pace dynamic now with the number 2 scratching.
Second ID out of this Commodore Stakes. As you mentioned, the assignment perhaps a little bit easier for the favorite in Concrete Glory, with Luis Sai as the 5-2 favorite. Headstrong there, though that counts. And Christian Torres looking for a 4th win this afternoon. And you know, the horses, they sense it, the energy, it's they're in the gate. It's game time, and now they back them all out. They circle about, and they have to take a deep breath, reset, and reload.
And we mentioned that the 2 was very edgy in the Paddock and obviously had those issues and was the late scratch. But the 5, can he contain himself? He was so edgy and very much one that was just ready, almost bubbling over a bit. He settled nicely. He settled better when he was able to get on the track. You'll see the Outriders were able to apprehend that late scratch in second ID. Hopefully everything is A-OK there. Of course, for Bob Young, going home. Will not contend today. Pace certainly shaken up. We'll see if everybody can handle themselves professionally as they have to re-enter the gates here momentarily.
Corralled, and we look forward to seeing second ID talented sprinter back in action before long, but his absence changing the complexion of this Commodore Stakes, a threat and a pace factor, as Megan referenced. And you're looking at, though that counts, with Christian Torres drawn inside, and Christian Torres pressing all the right buttons. What else is new?
He is. I want to give a shout out to a long shot in the number 8, Mischievous M, who edged out a nice win last time out and got the better by a neck of Nikolai, who came back to run a very nice race on this card. Was able to do so off the layoff at a huge price, and you might see him on paper, maybe last time was the time. He's getting into stakes waters, but he had a really nice sharpening, a nice little blowout here at Oaklawn Park. I liked the way he looked physically, and it would not surprise me if he could continue to move forward off of a strong effort last time out.
25-1 on this first Saturday of the new year, and terrific Saturday of thoroughbred racing. The 2-year-olds, now 3, and the march towards the first Saturday in May begins here at Oaklawn Park. The Smarty Jones is next. First step towards Oaklawn's most prestigious race, the Arkansas Derby, and it's just for racing fans. Yeah, we catch Derby fever as well.
Absolutely. I know I have it. And the crowd, everybody, you can see them trying to make their assumptions. I've had multiple people ask me what I think about the race. Everybody is so involved and eager here in Hot Springs. It's really fun when you have those kinds of fans that really feel the energy as well. But gosh, I'm so excited for this next race. It's so wide open, so many things to consider, and horses that are progressing. You could see horses really come alive and perhaps surprise you now getting the route of ground.
Are you convinced Rancho Santa Fe, the morning line favorite, is favored at post time?
I'm not. I wonder if perhaps Universe takes over.
Mm-hmm.
I don't find, I mean, Rancho Santa Fe, obviously on paper, he's undefeated, but you've got the form lines, a grade 1 place in the likes of Universe, a 4-length debut or a debut winner at Saratoga. I think Universe might be go favored. We'll see if it's between those two, but I'm really excited to see our colleague Tom Amos run Oscar's Hope. That's a horse that he has really incrementally stepped up. He got around 2 turns at the 7.5 configuration at Delta. Delta last time out and won that same race as Cole Battle did, the Jean Lafitte, when Cole Battle came back to win the Smarty Jones. So that's kind of a dark horse, and I'm very excited to see stretch out to the 8.5 furlongs
Sometimes
today.
we'll say, oh, you can make a case for 4, 5, 6 of them, and maybe it sounds like, maybe it feels like a little bit of an exaggeration, and not in the case of this Smarty Jones. Very little would surprise me in the end in terms of who winds up in the winner's circle and takes home the 10 Kentucky Derby points to the winner for the Smarty Jones. That's next, as we've had a delay before the start of this 9th race, this Commodore Stakes, second of 3 stakes races on the program. The late Scrack, second ID, breaking through the front of the starting gate. He is out, and now they'll reload. Check the tote board at post time. Concrete Glory still the 5-2 favorite. Matt Dinnerman with the load and call. Take 2, the Commodore from Oaklawn live on FS1.
Spankster coming up, 2 back, Concrete Glory. And to the outside post, Navy Seal to round out the field. Navy Seal knows it. We're ready to go in the Commodore Overnight Stakes. And we're off. Good start from Mischievous M, Spankster. Those two are quick. Spankster now takes a hold. Mischievous M has asked for speed. Concrete Glory moves up to come and challenge. Rexford right off of them down at the rail. Bourbon Bash in the 4th position. 3 lengths clear of Spankster and Navy Seal. The Arkansas bred facing Open Company on the outside. He's 5 lengths behind. Banjo Chris joins that duo. Echo again, the gray horse. Second to last as one runner beat that's thought that counts, who trails as they go into the far turn. Concrete Glory comes out of the crowd to take a short lead into the far turn. Mischievous M right there matching him, a neck behind though. Length and a half to Rexford. Navy Seal on the 3-path sent along. Between them is Bourbon Bash in the 3-path attempting to get closer. Bourbon Bash, he's gaining some ground as they round the far turn and approach the top of the lane. Top of the stretch. Concrete Glory off the turn. Bourbon Bash, Joel Rosario riding this one with a lot of confidence on the outside, and he grabs the lead coming down the stretch. Bourbon Bash, the reins get shaken at him, and look at this kick, a big kick from him. Bourbon Bash down the lane, opening up 4 with a 16th to go. Bourbon Bash, we haven't seen him in 19 and a half months. Welcome back to the races. Bourbon Bash looking better than ever. Wins the Commodore Overnight. Second home, Banjo Chris, then thought that counts at Navy Seal.
Yours for in second. Ooh, I wouldn't have bet him.
2 runnings of the Commodore, both won by trainer Steve Asmussen. Booth last year, Bourbon Bash here, given his cue by Joel Rosario, and it was lights out.
He was fit. He was prepared off of that extended time away. He had some back form, but hey, he gets his stakes coronation here in the Commodore. As you mentioned, a talented sprinter last year in Booth, and it looks like this horse could take that same path. Hopefully we'll see him continue on in this lucrative stakes series here at Oaklawn Park.
BC Stables, Bourbon Bash at 10-1. 6-7, 111, Megan.
Even more special that this horse was formerly in the barn of D. Wayne Lucas. Now with Steve, BC Stables, a longtime owner, partner with D. Wayne. I know he is smiling down as he's a horse that was a bit quirky. Never really, he was one of those horses, he's 2 for 23 lifetime, so we always seem to run a solid race. 11 other races in the money, but for him to put it all together today off of that extended time, congratulations, guys.
Wayne Lucas, who ran a horse for BC Stables in the Derby. See those BC colors in the winner's circle following this Commodore Stakes. And when we come back, the Smarty Jones and trainer Mark Cassey, so good he's in multiple Halls of Fame. Looking for that first Derby victory. 2 runners in the upcoming Smarty Jones, Silent Tactic and Strategic Risk.
$1,600,000, thank you. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Hot Springs, Arkansas, home to Oaklawn Park. This is terrific racing fan base and terrific racing, especially on days like this. Main event is next. Joel Rosario first entering the winner's circle aboard Bourbon Bash 10-1 in a no doubt about it performance by City of Light, former Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. What a classy, terrific racehorse he was. Bourbon Bash, and his first start for trainer Steve Asmussen, as mentioned previously with the coach Dwayne Lucas, legendary trainer who passed a few months ago. As you look at the stretch of Bourbon Bash, and Joel Rosario, patiently ridden, given his cue. Bourbon Bash responds and dominates the Commodore to make it in the winner's circle.
Well, patience and well-timed rides are at the top of Joel Rosario's resume as he does so yet again on Bourbon Bash. But this horse has been really working well and seemed to come off the layoff in stride here.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he looked like the whole time, it was a hot horse, and, he looked like he ran the same way he was training.
Well, you, again, patiently handled what were going through your mind. Can you just describe the trip and him moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I was just sitting there and letting him, do the ride and then take me to, where he was kind of taking me, and looked like he did it beautifully. And, it was nice. Thanks to Steve and the people always for the opportunity, everybody.
Well, you will be aboard a talented horse in Universe coming up in the Smarty Jones. Can you speak to him as an individual and your tactics as we approach a really competitive race?
Yeah, it is. It's a very competitive race, and he has some talent, and then just hopefully, he like it here, and we got a good trip, and hopefully we're the fastest at the end.
Well, a perfect ride yesterday in Stakes Company yet again today. Congrats, Joel.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Andy?
Megan, thanks so much. Joel Rosario looking to go back-to-back stakes wins from the Commodore to the Smarty Jones, a date with Universe in the Smarty Jones Stakes. This is the morning line. We don't have updated odds just yet. We do have a key scratch. Contender Boca Beach Club is out 8 strong, mile and a 16th. Those 21 Derby points 10 to the winner. And Rancho Santa Fe 5-2 morning line favorite. We'll get you those current odds as soon as possible. But this particular race, it's not just about producing horses that compete and succeed in Triple Crown races. Look at this. Some of the more significant alum, Smarty Jones alum, flat out, 2-time Jockey Club Gold Cup winner Caleb's Posse, a Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, will take charge, eventual 3-year-old champion, a combatant, a Big Cap winner, Angel of Empire, who came back to capture the Arkansas Derby, co-favorite at post time for the Kentucky Derby, and more recent Catching Freedom, went on to win the Louisiana Derby, ran very well on the first Saturday in May. Both Angel of Empire, Catching Freedom, trained by Brad Cox, seeking a 4th Smarty Jones victory in the last 6 years. He trains the morning line favorite in Rancho Santa Fe with these 3-year-olds on their way over 3-year-olds with Kentucky Derby aspirations. The road to Louisville through Hot Springs begins in moments. The Smarty Jones Stakes coming up in honor of the 2004 Kentucky Derby Preakness winner, the undefeated Kentucky Derby winner, Smarty Jones. That's next from Oaklawn Park on FS1.
We bought his mother, named her I'll Get Along. Smarty was her second foal. He was small.
I wasn't impressed. When he stepped off the van, I was actually there, and they had sent 2 horses. The second horse was actually what I thought was the better looking of the 2 horses. I thought right away, oh, that must be Smarty Jones, and I was wrong. It didn't take him long to show us he had some talent. How much he had, we weren't sure yet.
Look at Smarty Jones inside the gate pole, just roaring away.
Second race was the Pennsylvania Nursery Stakes. He won by 15 lengths.
And that was the race that I talked to Mr. and Mrs. Chapman about, possibly maybe putting him on the Derby Trail. So his third start was subsequently in the Count Fleet, which was 2 turns.
Smarty Jones will roll home at 2-5.
And he passed with flying colors.
And then my husband said, John, what are we going to do now? And John said, well, I think we're going to go to Arkansas. And my husband said, Arkansas? John, you realize we live in Florida, and there are tracks here in Florida.
And I go, I understand, Chappie, but I think this is the best route. So that's what we did. Ever since I was a kid, my father used to rave about Oaklawn Park. I mean, he loved it there. But I loved the fact that the races extended in distance with every race. You know, the Southwest being a mile, and then the Rebel being a mile and 16th, and the Arkansas Derby being a mile and 8. leading into the Kentucky Derby at a mile and a quarter, I thought was great. We had a little bit of a rough trip shipping down, going over the mountains of Tennessee. They had an ice storm, and we were delayed on the side of the road for a while. When the Southwest was coming up, I told Mr. and Mrs. Chapman, I said, this might be the first race he loses because I don't think he's anywhere close to being ready.
Smarty Jones is on the move.
And he looked like a beat horse at the head of the stretch. And he dug in and fought those horses off.
In the middle of the track, Smarty Jones now up to engage. Wildcat Shoes for the lead. Smarty Jones continues undefeated, wins the Southwest by 3/4.
Oh my gosh, these stars are lining up.
And I knew right then, I said, well, that answered the heart question. He definitely has the heart. And, he'll be a lot stronger next time.
And now, Smarty Jones takes command. Smarty Jones in full stride and pulling away. He's one step closer to $5 million.
The first time we ever heard the term Smarty Party was when we were racing at Oaklawn Park. If Smarty wins, there will be one huge Smarty Party. Everybody will be celebrating. We had a lot of Smarty parties after that.
Inducted into the Hall of Fame this summer, Smarty Jones, he had it all. That relatable background, the catchy name, massive following. What a ride 22 years ago, the Smarty Party. So much of it took place here, as you just heard. Smash and win in the Southwest, the Rebel Arkansas Derby before going on to capture the Kentucky Derby Preakness and nearly a Triple Crown winner. The race that lives in his honor is next, the Smarty Jones, and you're looking at the favorite, Universe 9 to 5. The Smarty Jones is next.
Twirling Candy, proven Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Kilwin, Ice Cream You Scream, AG Bullet, and Fian, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away, when you want to reward yourself, when you deserve to indulge, when you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing starts December 12th. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs. And come join the fun.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond, and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. So 1-horse race. National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
Battle with the lead from Kale's Angel on the inside, still right there with him. Mo Quality has asked for his best on the far outside. Cole Battle with the lead as they hit the furlong pole and starts to inch away. Kale's Angel second, Mo Quality third with a 16th to go. Cole Battle is opening up 3-4 lengths coming to the finish, and for the Lonnie Briley barn, it's the pride of Remington Park. It's Cole Battle and the Smarty Jones.
The best stories in racing are horses like Coal Battle, lower profile connections, and you get to hear about people who've been in the game for a long time. They just don't have the right horses. Well, Coal Battle showed he was no one-hit wonder winning the Smarty Jones last year when he came back and won the Rebel. What a neat horse he was.
Yeah, hard-knocking, consistent little horse. And really, I was a fan. Cut below the best of his
and
era.
Probably didn't quite want to go that far either as the distances, but he's a nice horse.
And Lonnie Briley did a great job. And Lonnie Briley, a guy that a lot of people didn't know because he was behind the scenes for so many years, but very instrumental in the John Franks operation.
It's always nice to get these stories and learn about people you're just not familiar with, and they get an opportunity to get some spotlight as we head back to Megan in the paddock at Oaklawn.
Well, lots to unpack here in the paddock for the Smarty Jones. A very nice crowd we have on deck. But the number 6, Oscar's Hope for our colleague and Tom Amos, impressed me in the flesh. I'm wanting to see him be the type that could get this added ground. And he looks like one with the frame and the length of body that very well could. I love the way Tom has managed this horse. He got the technical two turns at that special bull ring configuration there at Delta Downs, going to 7.5 furlongs, where Tom has really brought this horse along incrementally, which I love to see, getting a progressive sort as he has taken favoritism in his last 2 starts now, 10-1. But he's one that was antsy, tacked on the walk, tacked on the move there for Tom. I loved what I saw from him physically, but quickly touching on the 7, Strategic Risk for Mark Cassie. He wants every bit of the route of ground. He's strong, he's athletic, he's fit, getting into open waters, back again on the dirt. But I very much like what I saw from the main Cassie runner, taking some attention. The 4 Silent Tactic, not as much as a Morning Glory, but 2 that really caught my eye in here, guys.
Thanks a lot, Megan. Nice overhead shot of the infield at Oaklawn Park. Looks like a nice day. They've gotten terrific weather so far at the meet as the horses are on the track for the Smarty Jones, 1 1/16. And Universe, he feels like the right favorite here, but he's no overwhelming favorite with the 5. Rancho Santa Fe is a close second choice. Brad Cox's horses always get so much attention.
Well, and rightfully so, right? He delivers for sure. I mean, Universe brings the best resume into the Smarty Jones, but you and I were talking. We haven't seen that steady improvement from him.
That's what concerns me. I agree. He is the horse to beat in this race. And I think we'll get a good idea because a lot of people like Further Ado would run that big figure in his maiden win, and then he sort of stepped back when he won the Kentucky Jockey Club. A big performance by Universe would flatter him as Joel Rosario looks for back-to-back wins.
Feels like Joel's really hitting a groove there at Oaklawn, too. You can see how confident he's riding, and this horse brings the best resume to the table.
The long shot Baytown Dreamer has been running on turf recently, will need to improve immeasurably.
Yeah, he would be the surprise. Interesting to see Orlando Boca Chica down there.
Orlando Boca Chica, a rider who rode in New York at one time during his career. The 4 Silent Tactic, 1 of 2 for Mark Cassie, and those Jack Oxley silks with Jamie Torres.
Trying dirt with more of a turf pedigree.
I agree. The 5 Rancho Santa Fe comes off a couple of wins in his 2 starts.
Making a nice impression on the racetrack, a little on edge.
Florent Giroux coming in, as you say, from Japan. Oscar's Hope goes out for our man Tom Amos with Ricardo Santana.
Using the Jean Lafitte at Delta Downs to prep here for the Smarty Jones.
See if he can stretch out the 7 Strategic Risk. I thought he was the one that I liked here, Mark Cassie and Javier.
Florida bred was very impressive on the stretch out in the dirt for the first time.
Starship coming in from out of town, Ramon Vasquez.
Should have speed, right, Andy? He's adding blinkers after showing speed sprinting.
And sleeping on Freedom on the far outside, the other one for Ken McPeak, comes off a sloppy track win with Brian Hernandez.
Well, you're kind of getting the band back together here. Brian Hernandez for Kenny McPeak. They had a magical dream run in 2024.
And Megan is standing by with the connections of the current co-favorite, Universe.
Well, thrilled to be joined by Sherilyn Gazaway, who co-owns the number 1 Universe, as you said, Andy. And you are no stranger to the Derby Trail, as, of course, memories of Mystic Dan flood back. Can you just speak to that experience?
Oh, it was the dream of a lifetime for us, as you can imagine. Who would think? I mean, I'm a numbers person, and it's like a 0.001% chance of having a horse in the Derby, much less winning the Derby. So to have another horse that we didn't pay a lot of money for, to have points, to be sitting where he is today, we're just really hopeful. But we also recognize it's a long road to the Derby, and we're just taking it one day at a time.
Intelligent as ever, but Universe showed promise on debut at Saratoga. Incredible win there. What has Kenny been filling you in on about him?
Well, he definitely says that, he's smart. He needs to go longer, and we saw that with the Jockey Club race that he was second in. He got caught a little wide and really was a little too far back, I guess, to really get where he needed to be, but I think he showed us that day that he really has that in him. So the only concern today is that the track is really playing really gate to wire. So, we just need to be a little bit more involved on the front end and hopefully can get there. I would love it to be a longer race, but it's not. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, classy Colt, classy connections. Best of luck, Sherilyn.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Really excited to see Universe take on the Smarty Jones, guys.
If I was there, I'd let her know. I wouldn't be worried about the track. I feel like we're seeing closers win a lot of the races so far today.
Yeah, I kind of felt like it's a fairly fair racetrack because we just lost some lighting.
It's got a little dark in here, but that's okay. Better for you if you don't have to look at the two of us. It's bad enough you have to listen to the two of us. Richie, where are you going in this race?
I am going to go to the favorite. I just think he brings the best resume. I'm not overly enamored with anybody else. I thought Tom's horse had a chance. I do like what I'm seeing, at least on TV, from the warm-up from the One Universe.
Where do you stand the 5 Rancho Santa Fe? I was not optimistic about this horse's chances. I think he's way overbet. Universe should be a much shorter price than him, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I do find it interesting. Florent Giroux, who has gotten a license to ride in Japan, not an easy feat in itself, and has won some races there already, flies back from Tokyo to ride this horse. Maybe it's to preserve the relationship as much with Brad Cox as anything else.
Well, riding Hit Show, winning the Dubai World Cup for him last year, and Irad Ortiz going to Kentucky. He's been riding a lot for Brad. And listen, I mean, we all respect Brad a lot. I just think his horse overbet. I like Strategic Risk. I think he's coming to hand. I thought his win last time very impressive at Oaklawn, at Gulfstream Park. So I kind of like him shipping in for Mark Cassey, who's having a big meet so far.
I agree with you. That was a tremendous effort last time on the stretch out. He had tried 2 turns, but that was on turf, proper surface, maybe proper distance.
Unfortunately, the lights came back on here as we head back to Oaklawn.
Might need lights here if it gets any darker before post time for the Smarty Jones. It's always exciting. The biggest race on the afternoon, Megan, but just something different when it comes to Kentucky Derby prep races and what that could mean moving forward, looking ahead to the Arkansas Derby and, yes, the first Saturday in May.
I had so much fun with this race, Lafitte, and just connecting with connections, being able to be in the barn, following this horse every day. And I agree with Richie and Andy. Strategic Risk has been coming to hand and one I'm very interested in, but I'm still remaining on the number 5 Rancho Santa Fe. But this was such a wide open group and one that I think we might have a little bit of a surprise in this group, Lafitte.
Surprise, Team Universe hoping we don't see a surprise. Currently 2-1 favorite. This was the Kentucky Jockey Club for Universe. And closing late, I don't know that he ever felt like he was a real threat to further ado in the stretch.
He wasn't, and as the owners had mentioned in connections, that I don't find is one that wants to be that far back. He's been more tactical when he's been more successful, using a bit more early speed. So he was closing on valiantly in this effort. Further Ado is a nice horse there for the Brad Cox barn. I'm excited to see him take here to this start and does contend with an inside draw, one that he handled beautifully on debut at Saratoga.
2-1 favorite in those Jack Oxley colors we saw in the winner's circle following the 01 Kentucky Derby. Monarchos, who was almost as fast as Secretariat. Great call, Tom Durkin, Oxley, Cassey teaming up. And then the morning line favorite in Rancho Santa Fe. Now the second choice, 2-1. Rancho Santa Fe will revisit his second career start, facing Allowance Company at Keeneland. It wasn't all that flashy, Megan, but I like how he goes out and gets the leader.
Workmanlike was wide there around the first turn. He's just a grinding type. And no, it's not the visually impressive performance we saw from the likes of perhaps Strategic Risk, but and Brad Cox I trust. He has been really pointing this son of Tappet to this race. He's methodical in his placement. He mentions that he's grown up physically, as I mentioned in my earlier discussion on him, and he looked fantastic. He looked every bit of the just gorgeous. One that has been training well down at Payson Park, where Brad keeps the majority of his first string type horses, and I think highly of him. The barn thinks highly of him. I'm interested to see where he fits tactically, as he's not devoid of early speed whatsoever.
Brad Cox looking for a 4th win in the Smarty Jones in 6 years. Universe, though, the favorite. 2-1 at post time for the Smarty Jones. Matt Dinnerman with the load and call. The Smarty Jones live on Fox Sports 1.
We're ready to go in the Smarty Jones, and they're off. Clean break for everybody. The long shot, Starship gets the first call of the race. Oscar's Hope is prominent. Right behind will take a hold, and Starship leads the way at 50-1. Goes into the first turn, a length and a half clear, getting over towards the rail to save some ground on the first turn. Oscar's Hope happy to track. Will take a hold with Strategic Risk, who's on the tail of that front runner. Sleeping on Freedom, Baytown Dreamer, they're side by side. Silent Tactic right behind that duo with Universe, who's down on the rail. And Rancho Santa Fe 3 wide at the back. A compact group separated by 6 or 7 lengths as they swing up the backstretch. Not a fast pace at all set by Starship. They went 24-2 up front. It's Starship by 2 down the backstretch. Opens up the lead just a little bit. Strategic Risk happy to be placed in second here. Oscar's Hope to the inside of him. There's a gap of a length and a half to Baytown Dreamer. Sleeping on Freedom to his outside. Universe patiently ridden, still on the rail. 6 off the lead going into the far turn. Rancho Santa Fe 3 wide along with Silent Tactic in between horses as they go into the far turn. Starship turns it into a 3-furlong sprint with the half and 49-3. Still on top of length. Now it's a half length. Here comes Strategic Risk on the outside. Strategic Risk on the throat latch of Starship as they round the far turn. Sleeping on Freedom is sent hard third, and he's a length and a half behind the top pair who are right together. Oscar's Hope is given way with Baytown Dreamer. Rancho Santa Fe not picking up his feet. Universe is dead last as they come down the lane, and Strategic Risk just pounced on the early leader and kicks away. Strategic Risk by 4 hitting the 16th pole. Silent Tactic coming on late, and Baytown Dreamer at 84-1 is third. It's Strategic Risk and the Smarty Jones. He won for fun. Second home, Silent Tactic. It's a 1-2 finish for John Oxley and Mark Cassie. Baytown Dreamer checked in third.
Trainer Mark Cassie. What a holiday meet at Oaklawn Park, running 1-2 in the Smarty Jones, both owned by Jack Oxley. Strategic Risk, just a different horse, this Florida bred, 2 turning on dirt. Wow.
He wants all the ground, as his assistant Caden Arthur has mused as he went right by us and said, this horse has been training well, Meg, and I've seen him train in the mornings. He's just a strong, strapping horse, as mentioned in the paddock, but he's had a beautiful trip, and the 2 favorites really did not, against a slow early go of it there with a long shot, just going with it aggressively on the front end, not being able to get the route of ground, but boy, did this Oxley homebred get the route of ground, and man, the way he did that, this is a horse I anticipate we will be continuing to see, not only on the Derby Trail, but perhaps all things considered, the first Saturday of May.
Javier Castellano missed with his first 15 Kentucky Derby mounts. It finally all came together 3 years ago with Mage, the Venezuelan Hall of Fame jockey, aboard Strategic Risk. Strategic Risk, the way he won the stakes race at Gulfstream Park, there were 2 different perspectives. Was it okay he's just toying with and hammering other Florida breds, or is he that much better 2 turning on dirt? I think we have our answer.
I mean, look at the stride on this horse. He's just massive stride, wants all the ground in the world, was beaten up on muddied form when he was sprinting, and then has just really come alive once he's gotten to that added ground. So commendable job to the Cassie team. As mentioned, they've just been running lights out here. 1-2 finish with a horse in Silent Tactic that I think is one that I liked his races on the all-weather, and it looked like he took to the dirt today, so will be interesting to follow him moving forward. But wow, did a Strategic Risk dominate, and man, that was impressive.
10 points towards the Kentucky Derby. Strategic Risk, as mentioned. You saw those Oxley colors in the winner's circle following the 0-1 run for the Roses with Monarchos from far back. Trainer Mark Cassie yet to win a Kentucky Derby. 7-4-2-9 for Cassie. This is a competitive meet. It is not easy to win at Oaklawn Park, Megan. He is batting around 550 with his runners.
It's
insane.
And he'll tell you that it's pretty incredible. I mean, they had a record year in terms of earnings and the likes of Nitrogen, Ewing, Sandman, but boy, do we have a new face on the scene with one of his stable stars. Just a beautifully made colt, strides out beautifully, a wonderful mover. I'm just very excited to see how he continues to develop, and it seems like added ground and added distances as the preps progress is not going to be any issue for him moving forward.
Onward and upward. 19th running of the Smarty Jones goes to Strategic Risk. Javier Castellano teaming up with Mark Casse, Jack Oxley. Strategic Risk by many in the Smarty Jones.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Get all the insights at americasbestracing.net. It was quite a Smarty Jones for trainer Mark Casse and owner Jack Oxley, as not only did he have an impressive winner in Strategic Risk, who really seems to be improving with distance and improving at the right time, but also second, first time in the dirt, with Silent Tactic. But this horse, Richie, Strategic Risk, you and I were watching the race, was a winner every step of the way.
He was always in perfect position, attending a slow pace, doing it well, waiting on Javier Castellano to ask him for his best, and he kicked away nicely. This is kind of an interesting horse that's improving. Noble Bird is the sire. This horse now, Strategic Risk, is his leading money-earning progeny, passing King Cab with this victory. And interesting pedigree on the female side, all of that good Phipps pedigree, the Grand Dam strategy I won on for Shug, and then Educated Risk, the great Grand Dam.
Let's go down to Megan with the connections.
Well, here with assistant trainer Caden Arthur, of course, to Mark Casse, and wow, has the barn just been on a tremendous roll. 1-2 finish here. What were some things that Mark had described about this colt training down in Florida and now coming to you?
They said he's looked great, and when he got here, I was like, yes, he very does. I mean, thank you to Mr. Oxley, of course, for this horse and the opportunity, and the great team down in Florida for getting him ready and sending him here. So it's everyone's all hands involved in this one.
Absolutely, and you mentioned he really took to the Oaklawn Park surface. Do you find he's one that could come back and remain here at Oaklawn Park with you?
I think so. After that race, it'd be hard to take him away from me. Yeah.
And as far as projected targets, would the Rebel possibly be in mind? Kind of moving forward, have you and Mark discussed anything about this colt, or just wanting to get through this race?
Wanting to get through this race. We'll have the discussion with Mr. Oxley, of course, and see what we decide. But we're looking forward to many more with this horse.
Well, you have many stable stars in your care, Cade. You've done an excellent job so far this holiday meeting, and best of luck as we come back for the Classic meet.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Megan.
Tremendous effort by Strategic Risk in this Smarty Jones.
Thanks a lot, Megan. I'll be interested to see. We've got a couple of 2-year-old winners today. A long way to go, but we'll see what kind of speed figures they get. Strategic Risk winning at Oaklawn, and, of course, earlier today, the winner of the Jerome. But they're all, at this point, behind Ted Nafi. Now, we'll have to see how Ted Nafi comes back. I know he had, there were some issues after the Breeders' Cup. Is he a horse that wants to go farther? But I'll tell you one thing. He's about as certain a champion coming to the Eclipse Awards as there can be. He was a very impressive 2-year-old.
I think that he is the most slam dunk of all the Eclipse Award categories. The thing
that's first, second, and third.
Yeah, the thing that's been so impressive about him is his professionalism. He was a 2-year-old running like an older horse, meaning he just did everything well, broke well, set himself up in good position, then waited for his rider, Johnny Velasquez, to guide him. He wasn't speed crazy, he wasn't rank, he just was the total package. Now, obviously, brilliant 2-year-old champion, but when they're the complete package at 2, we were talking about this earlier, where's the improvement come from? Just physical maturation, because the mental maturation is done.
Right. No, I agree. I think one of the things that impressed me was his hopeful was obviously a sensational performance and a big step forward off of his maiden win. You want to see that. Now, sometimes you see those races, 1-turn race, big race, they stretch out to 2 turns. They're not quite as good. I thought he ran as well in both the Breeders' Futurity and the Breeders' Cup as he ran that hopeful, obviously more competitive races. But we saw a horse that's seeming like almost a finished product already that early in his career. Can he take that step forward? Until he runs this year, we don't know.
You don't know. And again, from the mental standpoint, he had it all down right away, instantly almost.
Agreed.
Physically, is he going to get bigger? Is he going to get stronger? Or is he what he is and the other horses catch up? You won't know until you see him compete as a 3-year-old.
But there's no doubt he's the head of the pack right now off of his 2-year-old season where he was a dominant winner. We'll talk about our Remsen where, call us homers, but I think a lot of people will agree with us, to both Paladin and Renegade, who have started a rivalry. Renegade beating Paladin, getting disqualified in their respective debuts. Paladin coming back and beating him with, I thought, a slightly better trip in the Remsen.
Well, I agree. Renegade made a little bit of a premature move because he had Paladin kind of pinned down inside of him, and it was a little race riding going on, a little cat and mouse chess match. Paladin had a wait. He was on pause, but he never steadied. He never checked. I think it was actually a good trip. It just made him wait and use his run later. There was reasons for both trips, both rides. I don't blame Irad Ortiz. He was doing what he thought he needed to do to win. Paladin just proved that he had the right trip and has the stamina. I think there's not a lot separating these two colts.
I agree they're both good, but I'm going to ask you a question. The horse who finished third, Balboa, he lost as the favorite today. Does that somewhat negatively affect you, how you feel with these horses? Or maybe does it make you think more of My World, who beat Balboa in the Jerome?
To me, it elevates My World. I think Balboa is good. I will question Balboa's distance. What are his distance limitations, right?
That's fair.
Where I think My World has more upside to go on, and I think he's also a horse that is figuring it out. We're talking about horses that are more mature, more finished products. He's far from a finished product, My World.
I agree. I was more impressed by My World winning today than I would have thought going into the race.
Me too.
I was a little lukewarm on those horses. I thought they ran pretty well. Now, not as impressive necessarily as the filly we saw later, but she just may have been super, super impressive. Another horse that's not really getting a lot of press, I think is worth discussing on this Triple Crown trail, and that's a horse that broke his maiden back at Aqueduct in Rebel Instinct, who beat a horse named Hadrian's Wall, who came back to lose by a nose to another Chad Brown runner, the half-to-gun runner, ought to know. But Rebel Instinct, very impressive, breaking his maiden with an 85 buyer.
He was impressive. He's interesting. He's got a beautiful stride. I love the mechanics of his stride. Not the biggest individual, and not that it's a prerequisite to get classic distances to be a big horse. Northern Dancer was one of the smaller horses and became not only was he a champion, winning a Derby, a Preakness, a Queen's Plate, but one of the most prolific sires in the history of the game. But he's a little bit on the smaller side, and personal taste, I gravitate to horses with a little more size and scope.
Well, we'll see what happens. It's very, very early. It's nice to watch these races and start to learn about these horses. I don't think you want to fall in love with anybody right now. Keep an open mind about the 3-year-olds, the newly turned 3-year-olds as we head forward. One more race to come at Oaklawn Park, a lot more to go on America's Day at the Races.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield digs down deep to win it.
And Maxfield fought off all challengers easily to win the Foster.
Here's Maxfield. He's now 5 for 5. Maxfield, magnificent in the mine shaft. He won by 4.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
This holiday season, give the gift of racing with Naira Bets gift cards. Share your passion with friends and family or instantly fund your own account. Choose the amount and redeem online. Find gift cards under the promotions tab at NairaBets.com. Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
First and foremost, it's a family operation. It's fun to be a 4th generation president of Oaklawn and to see how we've grown. We've been in the same location. We haven't had to move across the street. That's kind of neat. It is about racing at Oaklawn. We tell everyone, especially our new employees, it's racing first. My great-grandfather, Louis Sella, built it in 1904. Charles Sella took over after him. John Sella took over after him, and then we had another Charles Sella. My father take it over, and now we have Louis Sella. We like keeping the same names in the family. It helps with monogramming. I would sit in on meetings even at a young age. My father would take me and say, be quiet and sit in the corner, and I'd do and just listen. And throughout my life, I've been involved with racing, and it's always been really a part of me until finally when it was time to move in and commit. You can look at our media guide, which is published online as well, and look at that history. It's remarkable. We've beaten Prohibition, and we've gone through a couple of world wars and Vietnam and depressions, recessions. Truly the reason we're successful is for the reasons I just said, that we've been able to evolve, we've been able to change with the times. Beyond that, it's racing first, and really the oldest family in racetrack management in the United States. And we're very proud of that, and we're proud of that legacy. And we think that racing is successful and exciting and has a great future if you believe in it, and if you put your heart and soul in it, and you go forward with that mentality. We see that with our employees, we see that with our trainers, our horsemen. We see that with the horse owners that fly in from coast to coast because of the excitement that we have here at Oaklawn.
the pride. Family operation since the beginning, the Sella family. And what an honor for Louis Sella to be inducted into the Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame in April.
And what a classy individual Louis Sella is. His family has been rooted in this business for a very long time. It's a generational, almost heirloom, this business. And boy, have they grown it to just a mecca of tourism and just a destination for not only horsemen, but fans. And well-deserved there for the Sella family, who really puts this game first. And it's really exciting to see him be able to achieve that milestone. And just such a classy guy. I mean, he has been so hospitable to the whole team, to myself, being new here. The whole team at Oaklawn in general have given that sentiment. So thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate you, and congratulations on this honor.
Always great to be here. I look forward to coming back for the Southwest Stakes. That, of course, will be the next step en route to the Arkansas Derby and perhaps going on to the Run for the Roses, with the Smarty Jones in the books and the updated leaderboard. Just having watched Strategic Risk in that performance, 10 points for Strategic Risk. Again, that is updated after My World winning the Jerome earlier today, and Strategic Risk. I know what just happened. It's easy to get caught up in the moment here, Megan, but overall, big picture, when you're talking about top-class 3-year-olds, what it takes to compete in races like the Arkansas Derby, like the Kentucky Derby, does Strategic Risk have that kind of upside, talent, and potential?
100%. I think what we saw today will be able to translate. He was getting to the Oaklawn for the first time. He was down in Florida. It can be differences in terms of surface, differences in terms of atmosphere, and he handled it all in stride beautifully there for trainer Mark Cassidy, who has stretched him out. He's always looked like a horse that wanted longer, wanted that route of ground. He's going to get better and better, all things considered. Hopefully he stays nice and healthy, and we will be seeing him potentially later on. But boy, does Mark Cassidy have some runners. We'll see Ewing hopefully come back off of the layoff there, and I think that's a horse that's going to want to stretch out too. But I think it's still, to me, Ted Noffey is still the man amongst boys, and he still reigns supreme right now. Strategic Risk, though, certainly impressive today.
That's the thing, Andy. You know, Cassie runs 1-2 in the Smarty Jones, but with that second place finish, like that actually hurts his win percentage here at Oaklawn Park.
He'll probably get over it, Lafitte, but, you know, you never really know. I'm probably pretty upset that he didn't dead heat for the win, get 2 wins there, but obviously a good performance by both of those horses, and we'll see what happens going forward. Racing is going to get tougher and tougher. The Southwest coming up the end of the month, you'll be down there for that. Yep. The Rebel, the Arkansas Derby, looking forward to those races and all the preps and seeing these horses as they start to develop.
That comprehensive series of races, they're stretching a little bit in distance, bigger purses, a little tougher fields. It really kind of builds into it like a crescendo.
Yeah, I know, and you'll get horses shipping in from California, as you often do at Oaklawn Park as well. So we'll see how strong they are, and we'll find out more and more about these horses going forward. But obviously, there's no doubt about who the best horse was in today's Smarty Jones. Strategic Risk, a dominating winner. Today's 11th race, any real thoughts in here? I thought there would be plenty of pace in this race. The 1, the 8, the 11, all horses that can be forward.
Yeah, I thought there was a tremendous amount of speed signed on here. And, you know, one thing that we've come to expect at Oaklawn Park, riders don't get in horses' way. If they have speed, they allow them to use their speed.
I agree. It's funny, you know, I look at the Timeform US pace projector, and you really see that. You know, it's rare that there's a great deviation between what the pace projector looks like and what you see out in the racetrack. You're right. The riders let their horses go. And obviously, Vital Mind, the 6, who's the current favorite, he's coming off of a very nice win, but he also got an extremely good trip that day.
Yeah, he was just galloping up alongside, outside, and, you know, comfortable the whole time.
Yeah, we'll see how things work out as the horses are coming on the track for the last race, and it's been a fun day of racing there. We've seen some very nice performances throughout the day as well. I thought that performance earlier today by Obliteration, the first race we showed, that may have been the most impressive performance today, as he absolutely obliterated that field.
Oh, he looked like a winner once he got midway of the far turn, because he didn't show his customary speed, and Joel was just sitting on him so confidently. But it's nice to see that he has that other dimension.
I wonder if Ewing saw that race and said, you know, I beat him once, but I'm not sure I'm ready to take him on again. He was very, very impressive and showed a real ability to rate in there as well as they're getting ready for this race. And I think you'll see some speed with Luis Saez from down the inside. And, you know, when you've got a speed in a race with a lot of pace, like 5-0 somewhere, it's a tough situation to be in, Richie.
Well, it is. And you got post 1. For me, way it would work, you got to throw down the gauntlet. You can't allow other people to entertain the idea. You almost have to dictate the terms.
I don't disagree, as he does go out for trainer Matt Shearer off the claim. Luis Saez riding the 1-5 somewhere.
He's fast. That last race was his biggest effort to date, if he can follow that up.
We'll see if the number 2, a long shot, can refine that thistledown form for trainer Kim Poole with Walter de la Cruz.
That's the difficulty in handicapping Oaklawn, particularly in the meet, how different jurisdictions form will translate.
Off the claim for our man Tom Amos with Ricardo Santana is It's in My Blood.
Comes off of back-to-back wins, one on dirt, one on synthetic.
Favoritism may be named that, but he's no favorite at 19-1. But here's the favorite, the 6, Vital Mind, Steve Asmussen and Joel Rosario looking for another one.
Now, this horse has speed, but I wonder with Joel if they won't take a little bit more of a rating tact.
The 7 is Scratch. The 8 is Eli's Promise, going out for Jimmy DeVito and Rafael Bejarano.
Horse that should get really good position here. He is 0 for 6 at Oaklawn, though. That's something I look at.
Off the claim for a dangerous trainer, Map of the Stars, going to Armando Hernandez, Heart and Soul, a long shot.
Yeah, this one has a couple races at Fairmount Park, though, with figures that would be okay, but it would be a surprise.
Can he bring that form here? I agree, he does. An outside force, a major contender for Phil D'Amato and Francisco Arrieta was the 11, went by Stiglitz, now in the outside American experiment.
Yeah, outside post, that's not the easiest post there because you've got to figure out a place to drop in. We saw it earlier with Navy SEAL where it just strung 5 wide throughout the entirety of the turn.
Ran well last time, but this is a tougher spot. Richie, I have nothing to say, really, not much against the 6 in this race. I'm not trying to beat him.
No, I'm not trying to beat him either. I'm just curious to see the tactics that Joel Rosario employs. Joel is great at getting speed horses to switch off.
See what happens as we get more from Oaklawn Park from Lafitte and Meg.
11th and final, guys, here on Smarty Jones Saturday. It's not the typical Arkansas bred scramble that we close the show with here, Megan. Instead, this really good allowance race with a stakes caliber purse, $115,000, and a beautifully bred favorite in the form of Vital Mind.
Absolutely, Lafitte. I've been excited to see this horse come back after showing some ability there last meet at Oaklawn and out of that multiple Grade 1 winner. And she's a Julie, also conditioned by Steve Asmussen. We'll take a look at his race back on debut. Last time out, off the bench, ran incredibly well off the time away from back in March. Well prepared there and was able to be a bit more tactical. He didn't need the lead, but he does have speed. And I agree with Andy and Richie as far as there's a ton of early speed in here. And I find he has the perfect rider in Joel Rosario to hopefully be able to find that stalking position, sit and wait his turn, and be able to hopefully come running with a run there. But as far as him physically, just dating back to every time Maggie gets to see a horse before I do, I love it because I get to see what she saw on debut there back in March. And she mentioned that when looking at him in the paddock, he didn't look all the way fit as far as that debut, maybe 90% or so. And I find that just looking at the video of that race, he kind of looks similar. He's maybe one of those keepers that just appears that way. But to me, he looked fantastic today. He gets the sharpening there, that 6 furlong race at Churchill that we just took a look at. Now getting back to that sprint distance here. And I just love the way this horse carried himself physically. I had no issues with him in this race. And it is competitive. We'll see if this serves as a stepping stone for him because he's surely bred to want to hopefully show some ability and potentially stakes company.
Like how he fought and he dug, fending off all challengers and finishing with conviction. 2-1 favorite currently, and the co-favorite pictured now, Stiglitz breaking towards the outside. What are we expecting today?
One that has got some leg to him, honestly. One I thought that maybe longer would be even a bit better for this horse as his race here at Churchill Downs last time out, where he ran a big race, 95 buyer speed figure. But hey, guess what? He was on the lead that day and wasn't exactly overly pressured for it early. He's getting into that. He has a wide post to contend with, other speed signed on, and that 95 buyer speed figure was impressive. But I wonder if he's a bit up against it just as far as the dynamics of this race. And looking at his form lines, though, if you go all the way back to his last effort at Oaklawn Park, he was able to sit and rate a bit when breaking his maiden by a neck. So maybe he employs a little bit more rateability in this spot.
Ran hard, never quit, just picked off late. Stiglitz with Francisco Arrieta. Arrieta looking for a second win this afternoon. Those are the two favorites. Upside in terms of outsiders. If the favorites don't bring their best, who has the upside to pull off a potential upset?
Well, I wouldn't call it a huge upset in terms of the tote board on the number one. 5-0 somewhere, as it is 5-0 somewhere right here in Hot Springs. But a huge class hike for the Matt Shire barn, who earned a 92 buyer speed figure in a blowout win on the front end last time out. Breaks from the inside draw. I would assume this horse needs to be sent. Has the speed, has that inside post. I think that he's going to be right there on the lead early. And sometimes when we look at these races and they're full of speed on paper, maybe the dynamics don't play as quickly in the race. So we'll see how it works out for him. I thought he was well turned out. One that's kind of that short, compact sprinter, son of Munnings out of that Tisnow mare. And this is just it's a big step up in class, but it makes sense given his effort last time out. He just has to prove it again, and I wouldn't accept 4-1 on him in this group. I wish he was a little higher there, as he was 5-2 on the morning line.
They make their way behind the gate for this 11th and final. Winding down this Smarty Jones Saturday. And as impressive as Strategic Risk was in the Smarty Jones, and we look forward to seeing what's next and look forward to seeing Decode resurface in the Southwest Stakes when racing resumes for the Classic meet. It's amazing at this developing 3-year-old picture how quickly things can change. You think back to a season ago and watching a Cole Battle winning the Smarty Jones, and the picture starts getting clearer, and then in the end, it's a horse who debuts late February, who winds up an odds-on favorite in the Arkansas Derby in Cornucopia. And no, things didn't work out in the Arkansas Derby or moving forward. It just goes to show how quickly things can change on this road to the Kentucky Derby, now 4 months away.
It does, and now we know that Cole Battle didn't want that route of ground, and he wants to cut back in terms of that mile distance. So we're also figuring things out about these horses, because once they get on the Derby trail, connections often want to pursue that dream. All credit to them wanting to do so, but we'll see how they evolve, because the 1.25 miles is always the ultimate test.
Marty Jones in the books, and now the nightcap on this Saturday program. The 11th and final, one final time. Turn things over to Matt Ditterman with the call. Race 11, Oaklawn, live on FS1.
In the finale. And they're off. In the nightcap, losing the rider was number 9, Map to the Stars, unseated Manny Esquivel, who's being attended to on the course. So they head down the backstretch here. Stiglitz is on the lead here narrowly. Favoritism off a very long layoff, moving up to come and challenge and taking back Heart and Soul in the 3rd position in the early stages. Then comes American Experiment. Vital Mind off the pace today, about 5 or 6 behind going into the far turn. A gap of 4 to Sweet as Sin. It's in My Blood is 3rd last today, passed by that loose horse. 5-0 somewhere, well behind, only has one runner beat early. That's Eli's Promise. As they round the far turn, it's Stiglitz who flees from the pack and steps on the gas, leads by 2.5 lengths. Favoritism in an all-out drive, losing second to Heart and Soul coming off the turn. American Experiment losing ground. Vital Mind, Show More Rain, still 5 or 6 lengths off the loose leader, Stiglitz, who comes down the lane and is full of run. Stiglitz, Francisco Arrieta with a furlong to go have increased the lead to 7, and it's going to be Stiglitz for the Phil Diamato barn in career best form right now. Stiglitz coming to the line full of run. Vital Mind rallies on strongly for 2nd. Heart and Soul was 3rd. Sweet as Sin 4th.
Daylight winner here. Going away in the end. Stiglitz, even money favorite. You saw Map to the Stars, though, unseating Manny Esquivel. Manny Esquivel unseated on Map to the Stars. We're going to be saying goodbye very soon. Love to provide an update if at all possible. And if we receive one, we'll do so. Stiglitz, as rolls, makes it look all too easy in the end.
Well, we thought there would be an abundance of speed on paper, and some horses did go, but man, there was just no catching him. It'll be interesting to monitor how this track continues to play, but he was much the best in here.
As we get set to sign off, the Smarty Jones big picture this Saturday of racing. What did we learn?
a new star in the Mark Casse barn. Strategic Risk, ultra impressive. Excited to see him continue.
We look forward to see what he does next, and we look forward to the 3-year-old preps here at Oaklawn Park. The Southwest is next late January, followed by the Rebel, of course, Oaklawn signature race, the Arkansas Derby late March. What a day of thoroughbred racing. What a sprint of Bourbon Bash in the Commodore. Back-to-back wins in the Commodore for North America's all-time leading trainer Steve Asmussen. And in the main event, the Smarty Jones Strategic Risk. Sensational with Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, no stopping the Mark Casse stable. And in the Busanda, look out, 3-year-old fillies. A dazzling dame was just that in the Busanda. Looking ahead to the Kentucky Oaks.